YouTube, we're live. So we're going to be looking at a bunch of Baldur's Gate content today. We're just going to, crazily enough, start with an IGN review. Let's see what they have to say about this game. I'm assuming most people will kind of echo the same thing. It's amazing. It's perfect. It's got a few problems, but it's like a 9 to 10 type of game. So, let us watch that right now. And from there, we will watch a bunch of other content, okay? So here is the IGN review. I just want to see what they've got to say. That's it. It's a 13-minute video. It's very fast.
Every once in a long while, a game comes along that is so memorable, exciting, fresh, and well-written that it sets a new high watermark for an entire genre.
That can't be.
Baldur's Gate 3 is such an achievement. For the tabletop role-playing inspired swords and sorcery adventuring that—
Wait, should we watch a review that's from this year? I mean, this is an old review, but, like, does it really matter? Isn't it still a complete game? Technically? I don't think it matters. I think it's fine.
its BioWare-made predecessors helped popularize decades ago.
It's a short video, that's the point, yeah.
Larian Studios has turned this corner of Dungeons & Dragons' Forgotten Realms into a beautiful, detailed world, stocked with too many fully realized, powerfully written, and skillfully voiced characters to
True,
count.
that is true.
The answer was to try. The outcome was to fail.
There are heart-wrenching choices to be made, alliances to be forged, bears to be romanced, and
God.
a vast diversity of interesting, challenging turn-based combat.
I fucked up the owl bear. I fucked up the owl bear. I saved the mother, and the baby found my camp, and then the baby went away, and then the baby never came back. I was hoping the thing would do more in the end, but like I screwed it up. Like I rolled poorly or something. I'm glad you beat Baldur's Gate 3. Hope you enjoyed it. It was a very good game. I gave the game a 9.75. It is as good as Red Dead Redemption, but in a different way.
Encounters.
Let's keep watching this, though, but thank you, man, for the bits.
I didn't merely enjoy my 130-plus hours on this journey. I fell in love.
True, true. Actually true. This game's that good.
We live and we die.
Where's the good game? What the hell? What was a bad game?
But a ghost.
Ghost of Yotei. On PlayStation.
You might ask yourself how nice.
Okay, well, that is DMCA. To some degree, there's probably a single soundbite in this that will take me out of action. Okay, is that great? Can we skip this? Good. Let me get ad block. How do I get ad block? How do I download ad block? I'm on Chrome. uBlock Origin? What the hell is that? uBlock extension. Is it Chrome? What's the extension called? uBlock? It's uBlock Lite? uBlock Origin Lite. Is that it? uBlock Origin Lite? Did it work? How do you know if it worked? Oh, I think it's working. Now my video won't load. They got me! Oh, restart the tab? Okay. Sorry, folks. 1 second. No, now it's not even working. It's not even working. YouTube fights the ad blockers. Okay, I'm just gonna pause it. Okay. I paused it and the ad blockers... Okay, they won. Let's just watch the damn thing. It's fine. Let's go. Full screen.
Has turned this corner of Dungeons and Dragons Forgotten Realms into a beautiful, detailed world, stocked with too many fully realized, powerfully written, and skillfully voiced. One issue video plus
Okay, here we go.
on this journey.
Here we go. Now let's sit down and maybe watch something. Review. Natural 20.
One issue video games have often run into when trying to adapt the experience of playing Dungeons and Dragons on the tabletop is that it's almost impossible to achieve the freedom and imagination you get to express in overcoming problems using real world.
That's crazy. You know, this is one of those games, you know what this reminds me of? I can't believe well, not that I forgot this, but everything to a degree is interactable, right? You can approach problems from so many different angles, and it's the game, in my opinion, that keeps on giving. So when you've got something, like, let's say, you want to go into that sewer. You want to get down here. And one of the options we'll say was, like, shooting the rope and having the stone drop into the hole, and you can jump down. Another option could be maybe finding a crack in some sort of cavern, and then you're like, ooh, you slink through. When you think you can't do something, you probably can. It's the game that keeps on giving. And to that, there's multiple ways to achieve it. Kind of reminds me of, like, Subnautica, where Subnautica was, like, a very well-realized game. The people who made that apparently had gone back and made multiple iterations, tons of patches, tons of things to make it better and better and better. And over the years, it got insanely good compared to where it was initially. Now, I'm not saying Subnautica is the same game as this, but what I'm saying is, you're like, can I do that? And the game says, yeah, you can do that. Of course you can. And then it sometimes says you could do it in multiple ways. And that's an insane thing to have for a game like this because there's so much content. So you do one thing, and that one thing, let's say this is the one thing. The one thing has this option, this option, this option, this option, this option. But they all suck down into that one goal. That is insane. That's so, so cool and so well realized that, like, as much as you may want to say, there's only one canon way to do it. There's only one true way to get this done. Not really. There's no definitive thing to this, right? And I guess for the sake of D&D, that's the exact same thing. There is no linear path that you follow, but your choices will lead you to one place in particular. It's just a matter of how you get there. Dishonored is kind of like that too. Absolutely Dishonored. But I really like open-ended games that give the power to the player. Not that storied games are bad or anything, but it's very liberating and very fun as a player to figure out problems in your own way. I typically, the way my brain works is I never look at it head on. I always think, like, it's never that easy. There's a way around this. We can do this differently. And I think Baldur's Gate is the best example of that, and it completely scratched that itch. So that's cool as fuck. It sets unrealistic standards for the industry. That is, whoever said that is a freak. Like, that is just, if you've got the money, first of all, this game I'm sure wasn't very cheap to make. But if you've got people who are passionate and working on a game, I mean, it will show. I'm sure it's going to show. Let's keep watching. That's cool.
And while it's doubtful that any video game will ever match that level of flexibility, Baldur's Gate 3 is a big step forward from what we've been able to do in the likes of Skyrim or Dragon Age. If something looks flammable, you can probably light it up with a fire spell.
That's another fucking cool thing. Like I said before, if you think you can do it, don't question yourself, just do it. You throw grease, you throw alcohol, any of these weird things, right? You've got like the fire wine barrels and the acid barrels. Like, they exist and they have interactivity with them. Like, just because it's a room full of kegs doesn't mean it's a set piece, right? You can you can disarm Merkel, like the avatar of, was it Death, I think? It's a very, very open-ended experience where, you know, like everyone said, there are no two similar playthroughs. Chef, thank you, man, for the 3 months. If you're an independent studio with passionate folks, this can happen. The amount of work that it would have taken to make this game possible, I would imagine, was, like, insane. It's not some moneybag behemoth. Well, that's very cool then. The fact that it isn't so big, that this studio, to me, I believe I've played Divinity once, and I never got anywhere with Divinity. The fact that this game, I guess, is riding off Divinity, and then, of course, has, like, the Wizards of the Coast blessings, like, you have the license, go make a game. I mean, this game delivered. This shit delivered tenfold. Divinity went huge. I think people are capping. Well, whatever. I don't know. I'm listening to chat, which we should actually make bigger for this thing. DOS 2. Maybe we'll put it on the list, but right now we don't have Divinity locked in. Devs reacting to an 18-minute speedrun. Well, let's get through this first, and then we'll look for other stuff to do. But like I said, I was very pleasantly surprised at the level of detail in this game that you at first think is set dressing. As an example, you walk into a room. The room is full of garbage. The garbage is also laced with oils and grease and whatever else is flammable. In your mind, you maybe don't think much of it. In this game, throw a fireball, throw a grenade, do anything that can ignite that, and the game is just, again, fights can be so different. Everything can be very fresh, and every fight can feel unique in its own way. So that's such a cool thing. So cool to see. That not only do you have to fight characters, but you can fight the environment as well. And use it to your advantage.
If you want to save on lockpicks, most doors can be hacked down with a big enough axe. You can get to a lot of secret areas that other games would have blocked off with invisible walls by jumping and climbing. I was able to skip a huge boss fight by challenging this big zombie guy to a drinking contest and having a high enough constitution score to goad him into drinking himself to death while I was still...
That is cool. I remember this boss fight. Unfortunately, Fent Delver was only good at one thing, and that was keeping the band together and collecting trash. Now, for these things to happen, as cool as it may be to kill a boss through dialogue, I still feel like you'd want to fight them. I think that would be the most fun thing and rewarding thing out there. But again, the amount of detail, the amount of bonus content in this game where it's not one dialogue, it's 50. 50 options that you'll never even see, which is insane. Like, they literally said, you know what? We're going to give these people 100 different chances, and all of our hard work will never go noticed as you as an individual. But, you know, everyone else does their own playthroughs, everyone else has their own ideas of their characters and party and adventure, and then everyone posts that shit online, and, you know, now you have a full game realized, and, oh, this guy can drink himself to death, or, oh, you can join the Netherbrain, or, oh, the Emperor, you know, he has a giant tentacle between his legs and you can jerk it off. I would never know, but people know because they're freaks. God bless you. That's cool.
Roaring for more. This is a world that will rarely tell you no if you wonder if something is possible.
There you go. Exactly. I literally just saying that, yeah.
And you can even bring up to 3 friends along with their own custom characters in co-op. I was impressed with how smooth and seamless this experience was. It only gets better and funnier when you realize that you can have one person distract a guard by talking to them while the other steals everything that's not.
That is insanely cool. I was thinking of that during my playthrough. You know what I tried to do? I tried to put one character talking to Helsik, and this is literally Helsik's room. This is exactly what I tried to do. I wanted someone to go talk to Helsik, and then I had another person try to go up to the display case and steal the gems. I don't know how you do that as a single player with, like, multiple NPCs, but the fact that you can do that as co-op is insane. That's so cool.
Nailed down behind their back.
That's cool.
There's a huge amount of freedom in who you can be in this world as well. The character creation.
I disagree. I actually think character creation is one of the weakest things about this game. And I think that also kind of feeds into why I didn't give this game a 10, be it is a little minor. Character creation in this game outside of mods is pretty lackluster. Hey, one sec. It is a little lackluster, and I don't like. I think for the sake of this game's, for how it was made and how many people they needed to bring on to make this game, the player character dialogue sucks. Not that it's poorly written or anything, but there's only like 4 different voices, if I'm not mistaken. And they're very, very dull, right? For a game that's so in-depth, I would have loved to see race-specific accents. And that's not to say you can't have a Scottish tiefling or anything like that. But if you want a very traditional dwarf, you know, you're gonna... Scottish, right? And that would have been cool. It sucks that it wasn't in the game. But I also don't think character creation was that in-depth. Like, I actually think Dark Souls has a better in-depth character creation than this game. If I got my guy with Squidward's nose and, like, big protruding fucking fish eyes, I mean, that's pretty in-depth. You can customize your schlong, but you can only make it 4 different sizes. Right? So, like, if you want a big penis, you can have a big penis, but you can't have a ghoulish penis. What if my guy has a erectile dysfunction and his dick is like a hardened snake or something? So, like, it's a giant weaved spaghetti piece. I don't know, like, it's just, there's so many different things that I wish this game had that unfortunately it didn't in character creation. The thing is, though, this is important. It is very important, though. Baldur's Gate, D&D, roleplay, is about expression. It's about freedom of choice. It's about creating. It's about you transporting yourself into the world of Dungeons and Dragons in your own way, and it feels very restrictive in how you create your character. Now, of course, you can have mods. And the fact that mods were in the game from the beginning and they were very supported, that's amazing. That's incredible. But you shouldn't have to download mods to kind of complete the game. And I think that was a bit of a problem for me. where I picked a dwarf. Let's read. This is the kid's guide, by the way. I'm a child mentally, so we get to read this. I get the pass. I'm going to read a dwarf. And be it D&D is a guideline for you journeying and doing things. Doesn't say what dwarves have physically. You know what? Wait. Let me just show you this. This is the drawing of the dwarf that they have in the book. He's kind of got like nasty... He doesn't have a big enough nose. For my liking. But it's D&D. You make the shit up. But look what he has on his face. Look at this. This is in a kid's book. He's got a beard. Why does the dwarf have a beard in a kid's book that is decently lengthy? Right? But then in Baldur's Gate, unless I have mods, my dwarf is just a small human with a bit of stubble. Bit weird. Folks, give me 1 second. All right, we're here. Sorry, folks. So yeah, I'm not really a fan of the character creator, to be honest. It gets the job done, but it's unfortunately very lackluster. But it does get the job done. And I think that was one of the points initially as to why it wasn't really a 9.75. And I'll talk more about other things that I disliked about the game, but everything I disliked about the game, literally everything else that I don't say, is what I enjoyed. But let's just keep going.
Is one of the best I've seen in a long time.
What?
In this world as well. The character creator is one of the best I've seen in a long time, featuring 29 different sub-races with unique abilities and...
I'll say that, though. The subclasses, well, the sub-races are cool. Especially if they change, like, skin color and stuff like that. If you've got, like, the Draugr, whatever, right? Like, they're in the Underdark instead of above ground. Physically changing their features to suit their environments. That's cool that that shows that.
29 different...
It really irks me. The number one thing that I got so pissed off at, I think, was that everyone is universally... And maybe this is just because of the game... But everyone is so the same. Everyone has, like, as an example, Githyanki warriors. They come down from the stars, you know, spacefaring aliens. That's what we got from this. Correct me if I'm mistaken. And they have the same haircuts as people in Baldur's Gate. You know what I mean? That may seem like a minor nitpick. Like, oh, who cares? It's their hair. But it's a completely different people. Like, they have no justification for having that at all. Unless they were intermingling with Baldur's Gate people and, you know, oh, we went to the same haircut place and, oh, blah, 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 blah. I think it's mainly because of the game. Like, when it comes to fantasy, everyone is very distinct. Cultures, races, whatever, right? Like... one way of life is vastly different from the next. For the sake of being in Baldur's Gate, I think it's totally fine. I think when everyone's intermingling, the halflings with the dwarves and everything, you know, maybe they do see eye to eye and they're all kind of integrated into that community. And I think that's really fun. Especially coming from Warhammer, where everyone is kind of very set in their ways, and you do have a few outliers, like for the dwarves, you've got Imperial dwarves and Norse dwarves and stuff like that. Which do visually differ from, like, your traditional Karak mountain-dwelling dwarves. But, yeah, I think that even though that seems like a nitpick, again, this is D&D. This is like, not to say that you can't create your own bullshit and roll with it. I guess that's D&D, but there should be a few things that are very specific to races. Like if you wanted to make a Githyanki, you could have like traditional haircuts, and then you could have non-traditional Githyanki haircuts, as in like the standard Faerun hairdressing salon, cut, right? Like that would have been a little bit cooler, because you do have these sub-races. Asmodeus, Tiefling, Metamorphosis, Tiefling, Zerial Tiefling. Like, I'm sure they differ enough to where, yeah, they dress a little bit differently. Their haircuts would be a bit different. I mean, the Draugr living in the Underdark, I don't think would be... Sorry, that's Mephistopheles Tiefling. Mephistopheles. It's just, I don't think they'd share that same culture. It's kind of like that, though. I think you can't have beards with elves. Can you? I would have to check that out, but for me, it seemed like everyone kind of had a very general, standardized structure. Elves can't have beards. Oh, fuck, the dwarves can't even have beards. Have you seen them? They're pathetic! There are no beards! They've got, like, what I have! This is sad! This is not dwarven facial hair! I had to download a mod to have some chin-covering rat tail. But, that's cool, though, that actually, I didn't know that. That's a good point. That I guess some of these things do have locked facial hair options or locked cosmetic choices. That is cool, and that's exactly what they should do. I'm not saying, oh my god, divide the people. But there needs to be a level of authenticity where the races of this game have cultural things going on that it's sacred to them and no one else. Like dwarves with beards, very typical. Every setting typically has dwarves revering their beards, and they look to the longest beard for guidance, whatever, right? Like that's honor, that's their status. I don't think it matters so much in D&D. I mean, I was walking around fucking Baldur's Gate, and I'm looking at people completely shaven dwarves. I'm like, what the hell is this? But yeah. Anyways,
Theater is one of the best I've seen in a long time, featuring 29 different sub-races with unique abilities and models, if you count all the different colors of Dragonborn at least. Each of the 12 classes have at least 3 specializations that play quite differently, with wizards and clerics getting even more to choose from. I just love the art direction on every humanoid enemy and even the out-
You know what I really like about this game? So I was a victim of stupidity. I think we all are at some point. D&D to me has always been this lighthearted. I don't know much about D&D. I only get with what I see, and what I've seen, it wasn't much. I always thought D&D was more of a sanitized, everyday type of like fantasy setting. Of course, very Tolkien inspired and whatnot, but D&D is like a classic thing, though. It's been around for ages. It predates Warhammer. Games Workshop actually used to make miniatures for D&D. But I think I really just, for some reason, had this mental image of Dungeons and Dragons, where since it was so mainstream, it felt a little too sanitized for my tastes. And this game completely converted me to liking D&D. Completely. I went from like, Warhammer's better. Whatever, right? Ignorance. There has been a few places in this game, specifically the Ballast Cult area, at the very end of the playthrough, where you take on Orin. That is insanely grim. Like, that's tremendously grim. And that's the shit I like. And I'm not gonna say like, oh, hey, Bill, and he's hanging upside down without a head. Oh, how you doing, John? And his organs are like, window coverings. But it's a matter of the world isn't always so, sunshine and rainbows, right? Like, you need dark stuff in these games to contrast all the other goodness going on in the world. You know, you go off, you have a little marrying band of adventurers, and you solve things, and you take down the big bad boss, and you go drink at a tavern and have a few laughs. And then under the surface of it all, you know, you scratch away at it, and you've got murder cults. You've got fucked up demonic entities. You've got all of these crazy things kind of encroaching, right? Like when you're out in... it's just... I was pleasantly surprised with this game. Very pleasantly surprised, honestly, that this game had more to offer than what I thought it initially was. And they always say, never judge a book by its cover. And I think during this event, I've learned to accept a lot of things that I typically would dismiss just because I'm... That's what some people do sometimes, even though you shouldn't. I mean, I literally went out and bought a D&D book. Like, I'm a convert. Am I going to play D&D? No, but do I want to know more about it? Absolutely. And I think for me, I do like that grittiness. I do like that the world isn't so perfect. So that's cool, and that was very pleasant to find out with this game. You should have someone DM you. Well, I don't want to play the game, but I like learning about fictional worlds, especially sword and board ones. Any sort of like, any sort of like Tolkien-inspired, Warhammer-esque, like all of that shit is so fun. I've always enjoyed that. I mean, League of Legends is that, right? League of Legends is like high fantasy, you could say. So that's cool. I was loving your playthrough. What was the most annoying thing for you during your Baldur's Gate 3 journey, and why is Twitch backseating? Why was it Twitch backseating? You know what? I'm not really opposed to backseating, because the number one thing about backseating is it's usually done in good faith because people want you to see stuff that they've experienced and they want to see how you take it. Right? Some people do want to ruin the game. I get that. But I'm not really... I try to drown out the backseating a little bit. You kind of have to if you want to play these games and not get spoiled. But I know it's not like a malicious thing. All the time, at least. Anyways, let's continue.
Fits. Look how pretty I am. Just look at me. It's not just the static model either. The variety of...
No, this game looks good, though, for real. Like, I wasn't even on the max graphics, and everything here looked phenomenal.
Expressive faces everyone can make, and the shockingly good performance capture for a game of this type helps everyone come alive even more.
She's a tiefling, not a monster!
Larian's incredible attention to detail extends to the area design and writing as well.
Wait.
That's exemplified by...
This guy played Halsin? Leave it to IGN, I guess.
The city of Baldur's Gate itself, a hub full of life and adventure that came around to awe me anew, even though it took me 90 hours to reach it. Almost every city...
I just gotta say this again. I like that this game just rolls with it. It's a very believable thing. You've got brothels, you've got murderous cults, you've got the fun times, the high times, the low times, you've got everything. This game has every feeling. It's got every little nuance and just adventure kind of going on at once. The circus was another thing. You really don't know what to expect with this, I suppose, right? But it still feels real. It doesn't feel like a fabricated world where they're pushing a certain thing and that's just what the world's made of. It's accepting of everything and it just runs with it. And that's why it sold me so much, right? Like, from the outside looking in, you can always view something that's mainstream as very sanitized. Like, oh, the normies like it for this reason. The normies. There's a reason a lot of people like this game, and it's not because people are normies. This game truly has everything for everyone. And that's cool as fuck.
citizen has something to say about the unfolding events,
Lord Gortash has to make some tough decisions to keep this city safe.
and nosy exploration is consistently rewarded with new lore, new loot, and new quests. It's
True.
downright astounding how much voice acting Larian has crammed into these streets, and how good
I gotta say again, what's so sick about this is that everything was voice acted. I've played a few games. One that comes to mind is Pathologic. The budget is so different. We can't really compare. But when you have to sit there and read conversation, it's so bad. Not the worst thing. But, like, if you can ever create a game and have the funding and the talent, voice acting every character is so good, man. So fun. Shitty little no-name NPCs, they talk to you. Main characters, they talk to you. Bosses, they talk to you. Everything feels so alive and so valid. So, authentic, you could say. But it also, the number one thing that it does as well is it sells you on them being a real person. Like, as an example, in relation to this, press 1 if you've read a book. The narrator's voice was awesome. Press 1 if you've read a book. I'm sure a lot of people here have read a book. Have you ever imagined what somebody in that book would sound like? What kind of question is that? Well, no, it's going to feed into this. Have you ever imagined... Yes, of course you would, because, you know, maybe it's a cool character, maybe it's this. And then have you ever found another piece of media that actually shows you what they sound like? Let's say, as an example, if you're reading a Warhammer book, like an army book. The Witcher, you could say that. The Witcher with the games and shit, I'm sure they came out. The Invincible could be another one. That's their voice forever. Exactly. So, the fact that they did go all out and give everyone a voice... One sec. The fact that they went out of their way to give everyone a voice almost authenticates their existence, right? Like, I don't have any books on hand. Well, not near me. But it's just, it helps sell you on something that isn't real. Gerald's voice actor sounds like the nicest dude alive, but the voice blew me away. It's cool, man. I sound like a nerd or whatever, but like it's a really interesting thing when you have all of these different layers of like people coming together to create something that feels very real, right? Like this chick on screen could have been words on a page, and you'd never know what she sounded like. At least you get to know what she looks like. But now that they put a voice to her, she's real in the playthrough. Ketheric Thorm was real. Astorian was real. You remember these characters because they felt so alive. And the fact that they did that for every character in this game is incredible.
good nearly all of it is.
Get back to lurking in alleyways where you belong.
There are dozens of random gossipers on street corners who are just as enthusiastically and professionally portrayed as the main cast, and rarely sound too similar to each other.
The more the people like you, the more you can get away with.
I assume...
Like, how cool is that? Even if it's a nobody, it's just a citizen in Baldur's Gate, yet they're alive. You know, unless you're playing like a bad playthrough and then you just kill them.
Many of the actors involved must be responsible for more than one of these bit parts, but I can't tell just by listening like I can with some of the more familiar voices in Skyrim.
You're either an excellent storyteller, or you've experienced something quite exceptional.
First among this delightful cast are your companions, a motley crew of multi-layered, interestingly flawed characters who both grow and sometimes regress over the course of the campaign.
I think I'm a different person, owing to you.
The cheerful, eager tiefling Karlak, who has basically a demonic bomb instead of a heart, quickly became my best friend.
Ugh, I feel so invincible again.
I feel like everyone liked Karlak. I could never justify bringing her out because Lae'zel was kind of like the big bitch of the group. She was number one. But if you wanted muscle to get shit done physically, like hand to hand, it's Karlach or Lae'zel. But every character in this game was good. All of them were good. All of them. You know, some of them were kind of half-baked-ish. Like, the worst examples, I think, would be Minsk showing up way too late and not caring. Halsin was a little weak. Volo was a little weak. And we did pursue Volo's voice lines and stuff a little bit, but some of them were a bit, okay. Minsk was more of a fan service thing, yeah. I actually liked Will. 90% of the people just miss Minthara. You're talking about the, isn't that the evil elf chick? Very basic, but interesting. Yeah, no. Minsk is cool. I mean, he's also voiced by Matt Mercer, which you can instantly tell, so that's awesome. Yeah. No, honestly, though, the characters in this game are great. They're awesome.
I had flings with the dour cleric Shadowheart, the arrogant wizard Gale, and, yes, the stoic Halsin, who can turn into a grizzly bear, among other creatures.
And then have sex with you!
There were plenty more where they came from, and they all have elaborate background stories and the capacity to significant.
They do. I like that every one of these characters is a standout, though, and there's no, like, overlapping. The overlapping, I think, in the character arcs was more of, like, help this person diverge from their supposed destiny. Lae'zel's destiny was to go serve Vlaakith and ascend and all this shit. Shadowheart was to go serve Shar and become a dark justiciar. That was her goal from birth, even though she was gaslit and all that crap. Gale was power, I suppose, or something about the orb in Mistra, sorry. It did kind of feel like you were saving every character from themselves, which, all right, I don't know how it could have been different, but it was cool. You know, it's like, at the end of, I think, a few of their quest lines, a few of their arcs, it was always this big battle. Like, Cazador's battle was sick. What was it? Saving Halsin was really sick, even though that was more of, like, Orin's thing. Who had another one? We did it, but what was it? Shadowheart with the whole Shar cult. That was another one. Ketheric Thorm fight was really, really cool. That whole area with, like, the Mind Flayer colony below Moonrise Towers, like, that was grim. That right there, I think, was, like, the turning point where I said, I really like Baldur's Gate. Because it showed me more of than just a sanitized, adventurous, fun time. It shows that there is some serious shit going on, and it can get dark very quickly. J.K. Simmons as Ketheric Thorm. Well, no. It's not to say that I would have liked the Dirge playthrough. I don't care to play a villain in Baldur's Gate. What I'm saying is, I like the contrast. I like that even though the world seems so fun and, oh, you go around and kill goblins and save people, there is some heinous, horrible shit happening. And it's there. And you have to deal with it. The anti-Ethel fight was so fucking cool. I thought the anti-Ethel fight was like a big pivotal part of the story. It was like a side quest that turned into almost like another companion's arc with what was her name? Minara. I think it was Minara. The chick who lost her husband went to anti-Ethel to give up her baby in return for her husband, and then we saved her and Mayrina. It was Mayrina, yeah. That almost felt like a companion because you got to talk to her so much and help her out. That was cool. But, you know, you actually feel like when you beat some of those story beats that you are beating something pertaining to the main story, and you're just not. It's a side quest. It's a side tangent. You go down into a hag's lair after you consort with the thing a little bit, and you see all of her victims, people who have had their wishes twisted, right? So that was cool as shit. That was really fun. You thought more of it though, but like it was just a little bit of side fun.
Change. The main villains, about whom I will spoil as little as possible, are just as richly written, with complex motives and their own individual brands of malice that inject new and greater threats into.
Another thing to talk about here is I actually thought, back me up on this, back me up. The three main villains, well, I guess it was really only two of them. Ketheric Thorm, press 1 if you agree that his fight was cool and his arc was cool. Press 1 if you agree. Ketheric Thorm, I wholeheartedly agree. Moonrise Towers Act 2, that shit was really good. Like, incredible. It felt dragged out. It felt like imposing. You walk into the towers and his whole band of freaks are there, and, you know, he's got the Elder Brain in the basement and all that shit going on, especially with this intro, right, where he shows himself to be invincible. Then you had to go after the Night Song. Like, that felt... I think Ketheric Thorm felt like the biggest true boss battle in the entire game. It almost felt like a Kojima boss battle, where you have to go through multiple stages to finally get to the guy. And it felt like a journey in taking him out. It just kind of sucks that after that, it became a little bit less impressive. I think the Elder Brain was obviously... The Elder Brain was obviously... I think Ketheric Thorm and the Elder Brain were the two biggest set pieces in this game, boss battle-wise. So, there's a lot of existing. You know, you beat Ketheric Thorm, and then you exist for ages. You just breathe in the world, you walk around, you see the circus, you take care of the outskirts of Baldur's Gate, Worm's Crossing. And then when you eventually get into the city, after being taunted by Orin for a while in, like, her shape-shifting form, you get to the other two. Maybe not as compelling. I think Orin... let's just say this. The weakest boss, who I kind of felt nothing for and absolutely gave no shit about, was Gortash. Press 1 if you agree. Gortash was incredibly underwhelming. Yeah. That he was pretty underwhelming. You killed him and you felt nothing. Even Karlach was there. She's like, "What the fuck did I just do, soldier? That was... I felt fucking nothing, Yeah. It really wasn't much. Gortash is supposed to be underwhelming. For a person who runs the city, for a person who dominates Baldur's Gate, you'd think there'd be a few more things going on. What I would have enjoyed, I think, is a lengthy journey into his keep. You know, you go through the front door, you've got a bunch of bad guys. That's what happened. You hit the audience chamber. There's a bunch of bad guys. That happened. It felt just a little bit too samey, I suppose. And then eventually when you got to him, it didn't really feel like much. Although, be it, you do kind of break him down over time. Like, you go help the Gondians take out the Steel Watch. You go to the Iron Throne. You know, you're kind of breaking him apart from place to place, which in turn weakens him. And of course, I guess at that point he would be a lot easier to kill. But I wish he did a little bit more. Words and opportunity. Well, we're talking more so about the set piece. Like, the set piece of Gortash was very lackluster compared to, let's say, Orin or Merkel. Those two set pieces of, like, the big ritualistic circle, or the big ring underneath Moonrise Towers, then beat him at his coronation. See, something like that would have been sick, though. Right? Something like that would have been great. I never beat that dragon, no. No. I met his parents So we met Gortash's parents, and they sold him to, what was it, the devil? Did they sell him out or something like that? And then he tadpoled them. It was like a very fucked up back and forth thing. They were both shit. The parents were shit. He was shit. It was Raphael. Mochi now. Yeah, I just think the way he went out and the set piece of his demise was pretty lame. It was just a big hole. You know, he had like one steel watch that was dead. He had a few NPCs hanging around. It could have been a little bit more grand, I suppose, but... We'll continue.
To the last third of this epic-length adventure.
Try again.
When it was time to roll for initiative, Baldur's Gate 3 really never failed to impress me with the care and thoughtfulness with which its encounter design was set up to torture me. It's like each battle is carefully crafted to make me want to scream at the dungeon master, "You bastard!" And I mean that in the best possible way.
Mochi. Good.
One fight involved teleporting imp creatures who garrote my party members before carting them off to separate locations, preventing spellcasting and forcing everyone to fend for themselves. The next
I remember
might be
these
against
guys.
some terrifying insectoids who leave everyone literally petrified with fear, so I have to find a way to win without being able to move. At no point have I been able to fall back on a repetitive grinding routine. You think on your feet or you die and reload your last quick save.
That is true. I feel like a lot of the enemies in this game and areas in which you fight at were pretty original. None of them felt like they actually overlapped too much. And everywhere you looked and everywhere you went, it felt fresh. Which I think was such an interesting thing, especially for Baldur's Gate, the city that you end up in. Because even though it is a city, there's so many different parts of it. You've got the sewers, you've got the keeps, you've got the Cazador mansion, we'll call it. You have the graveyards, you've got like the inns and all that stuff. You've got the factory, you've got the weird water cult area. I forgot their name. The city wasn't just a bunch of like buildings that you said, hey, that's great, here's a store, here's a store. It felt very lively. And everywhere you went, even though you did the same thing, you pressed the same buttons, you walked around, you know, you'd vary it, obviously. It felt like an adventure. It felt like you saw something new every time you ended up in a new location. Yeah, the whole sequence with Bowl, where they had like Auntie Ethel's little gnome guys kind of like coercing a fish cult to worship him instead of whatever, right? That was really cool. And, you know, I'm pretty sure I fucked it up. Because I'm sure it could have gone 300 other ways. And we just killed everyone. So. That is cool, man. It's very cool. Very fresh.
The combat does take some time to get going, and the first 4 levels or so can feel unnecessarily brutal due to how fragile your characters are when they start out. That's mostly a product of adapting 5th edition D&D so closely, and Larian's designers didn't take it upon themselves to correct this long-running problem from the tabletop. Though they do often give you ways to even the odds or avoid combat altogether if you're clever.
I remember that. That was such a hard part. Like, that was rough.
Worth of upgrades and some magic items, I was happily blasting, slashing, and shooting my way through fights, using all of the versatile abilities and environmental options at my disposal. The story spans over 3 acts that each took me around 40 hours to complete, playing like an obsessive completionist and finishing as many...
What? Wait, say it again?
The story spans over 3 acts that each took me around 40 hours to complete.
Oh, each took me around... Okay, I was going to say, I thought he said 40 hours for the whole game. Each... That's about right, sure.
Playing like an obsessive completionist and finishing as many side objectives as I could. Each has a very distinct vibe and look, with Act 1 being pastoral wilderness, Act 2 being the spooky part, and Act 3 treating us to dense urban adventuring. It can feel a bit slow at times, since the first act had me chasing down several different leads to solve the same problem, and Act 2 presents more questions than it answers.
Yeah, so Act 1 was a fairly, like, I feel like Act 2 was the most condensed, the most linear. Like, you do go off and you can find different things. Like, you find, I think it was it Arabella? It was someone who had lost their parents. You help them. You help the little kid with Halsin. I feel like Act 2 was pretty condensed. It's a small area. Yeah. The first one was quite open. You had a lot more options, more places to see, more things to do, things to track. I couldn't even do half the content in Act 1. I found Auntie Ethel. Bloody clogs! Fucking walk down and just get my shit kicked in. So I had to come back to that later. But I knew I wanted to beat her. So I had to go figure out, okay, I can't take this bitch on yet. I'm going to leave. I'm going to go get strong with new items. I'll finish up a few other quests. And then I'll come back here when I'm strong enough. Which I thought was really fun. That, you know, even though you can find things to do, they're not necessarily doable at that specific time. But yeah, Act 2 was pretty condensed. Act 1 is like a smaller Act 3. Like, there's a lot more going on in Act 1, and then Act 3 just takes Act 1 and says, okay, let's make this ridiculous. But yeah, I actually thought there'd be a few more locations. I didn't realize that was it. I thought there'd be a snowy area, potentially. Some sort of, like, mountainous range that you had to travel through, not pertaining to, like, the first time you go through the mountains in Act 1. The atmosphere of Act 2 was fun, but I still think it was the weakest act of the three. For me, it was, atmosphere-wise, awesome, but I didn't like it as much as 1 and 3. It was the weakest act, outside of Moonrise Towers. Moonrise was sick.
Right up until the final set of confrontations.
Hello, Isabel.
But discovering exciting new areas, strong side quest writing, and fun combat encounters meant I never lost motivation. The really amazing thing is not how big Baldur's Gate 3 is, though. Much has been made of its scope, but I would honestly not have minded if it were around half as long as it is. No, the magic is in how almost none of it feels like filler, no matter how far from the main quest you...
That is true. See, you guys said this IGN review would suck. That's a valid point. None of this game felt like filler. It almost gaslights you into thinking it's important, because whatever you get yourself stuck into, it's important for those people. Right? So, like, you going to find the little amulet that speaks to you that was just on screen of the monk, the purple monk guy, you're like, what the hell is this? Who the fuck are you? He's like, oh, I'm so happy. Oh, what the hell? Get away from me, you freak. But he makes it seem so important. In that moment, you feel like you have to do it. You're compelled to do it. Which I think is very fun. Yeah, exactly. It's like, this is one of those games where the side content is almost as good, if not as good, as the main content. That's one of the coolest things. And so when you go and defeat Auntie Ethel, which is a fucking journey, defeating Auntie Ethel for the first time, having seen her in the Grove, or the city where the Grove is, and then kind of tracking her to this, like, illusionary swamp, where you arrive there, and it's an idyllic, little oceanside, wooded area. You know, there's a bunch of, like, little picnics and things happening. Oh, so beautiful. It's lovely. And then you go deeper and the facade kind of, like, wanes. And then you're like, wait, why is everyone dead? Who are these fent-riddled Florida dwellers? You know, the little gnome dudes who come and meet you? And then you're like, wait, something isn't right here. And then you progress, and you find her home. You go in, you talk to her, and everything seems normal. Until you figure out the fireplace isn't real. You go through the fireplace, you go down the stairs, and it's a fucking dungeon. It is a cursed, fetid troll hag dungeon, and it's disturbing. You see people who are holding their own heads, who have gouged out their eyes. You see a dwarf turned to stone. You see a guy cowering in the corner, afraid of God knows what. And then beyond that, it gets worse. And then you finally enter her domain, her, like, literal hag lair. And in all of that, it can take you hours. It can take you a day to figure some of that stuff out. But it feels important. It's compelling enough for you to want to do it. And then after you're done it, you say to yourself, man, what a tough Act 1. We're going to progress to Act 2, right? Like, we just did so much. That's side content. It may feel like main content, but it's not. It's really well done. Well, I mean, it's fine. We ended up finding her in Baldur's Gate, so that's okay.
Stray.
Gentlemen, contain yourselves.
Every random house I wandered into or side quest I picked up rewarded me with a memorable, unique, handcrafted role-playing experience.
True.
Even a random note found on the body of a bandit might tell a heartbreaking story about their past, which gives weight to every decision to fight and kill.
Exactly. The weight behind it all, right? With this chick, again, she went to Auntie Ethel to give her husband new life. She wanted to sacrifice her baby because the hags like babies, and, you know, they can grow new little baby hags and fucking groom them into adulthood, and then, oh, it's their second in command, whatever, right? I actually thought this was the end of this chick. I completely said, you know what, Mayrina, we saved you. Get out of here with your husband. Go do whatever you want. And it was a very, very pleasant surprise to see that everyone who you've helped throughout the game still matters in your journey. Still matters at the end of it all, right? Like, who would have thought, saving this girl, that she would be there in Baldur's Gate at the very end? Although I'm sure she at one point might have said that. You sometimes forget because there's so much going on. And then you just wander into a house, and there she is. As a sheep. Everyone matters in this game, absolutely. And everyone culminates in Baldur's Gate, and all of the choices you made have consequences, or, you know, bonuses if you save people. This game, well, didn't they say they didn't want to do DLC for this game? Mochi, no. No, Mochi. Didn't they say they did not want to do DLC for Baldur's Gate? Oh, they keep adding stuff for free. I mean, this game, in my opinion, if you were... What would you... Okay, let me ask you this. If you had to price Baldur's Gate at any number, what would the game be worth in your eyes? Knowing that there's this much content with no DLC, what would you say this game is worth to you? Money-wise. $70. I would say it's more like 100 plus. Easily around 100, 120, something like that. I think $70 for this game, there's probably a reason people complained. You think $100 is crazy, but that's probably what you pay for a game these days, plus DLC. Plus DLC. And you are going to buy DLC for games because you like games that much. Or certain games, right? So, like, it's just... Baldur's Gate 3 was worth the full price. It's other games that should go down. I would say this game is a steal. If you could get this game on sale for like $20, $30, that is the steal of the century. Easily the steal of the century. This game has so much content for what you pay. I put 700 hours into this game. It was worth so much for me. Yeah, for sure. Easily. And you know what? I think it really boils down to, again, how much you're willing to give this game. If you're someone who likes to be a completionist, if you're someone who enjoys multiple playthroughs or giving a game a real run for its money, this is probably the most impressive game I've ever seen for the price point. If you have, like the industry apparently was saying, if you have Baldur's Gate priced as like the same as, let's say, the Silent Hill remake, come on. It's a community-made campaign in BG3. That's cool. No, it is that good. I agree. This game is that good. It's 25% off whenever it's on sale. Bro, and then you've got the multiplayer aspect of Baldur's Gate 2, which is endless co-op friendly content that can be so down to the wire. What I really like in games, if I can do it, not always, is I like a very hardcore, thoughtful playthrough where the decisions you make have severe and dire consequences, but in a gameplay sense. So like, enemies do more damage, they one-tap you. You may be... I was going to say, says the save scummer. I was going to add to that. Narratively, what I'm talking about is the gameplay, not the narrative. The gameplay. I really enjoy gameplay-driven, challenging games that have that strong narrative. Now, the combat in this game, from the difficulty I was playing it at, was very easy. Not like it's free easy, but I think most of the fights weren't so challenging, and that's why the honor idea of this game is so compelling. One save, you can play it as 4-player co-op, and it's a very do-or-die system. And I really, really like that idea. Because you still have that strong narrative, but now every choice you make gameplay-wise is mattering 10 times more. Yeah. That sounds really compelling. That's super cool. Well, if you know how to build characters and crunch numbers, I would imagine it's a lot easier, for sure. Anyways, let's keep watching.
Me. I have nothing.
And while the first two acts have plenty of difficult choices, the big ones I had to make before committing to a final plan of action in Act 3 are a work of devilish genius. Without spoiling anything, realizing that my enemies were so many steps ahead of me by the time I reached the city was heartbreaking, but I still felt empowered by the opportunities that remained to alter my own destiny and assemble a truly impressive coalition of allies.
But you have something he doesn't. Allies worth having.
Even more gratifyingly, the last stretch often called back to things I did and characters I saved like 80 hours ago.
That, I was talking about that too. That is so awesome. That everything comes together in the end. You know what I would have liked to see, though? Okay, hear me out. Why the fuck did we save Wulbren for him to send 2 no-name Gondian freaks to help us during the Elderbrain fight? That's so stupid. Bro, help us, you dumbass. Get out on the front lines and do something. How epic would that be? Not Wulbren, sorry. Barkus, not Wulbren. Barkus. How epic. Not Wulbren. I meant Barkus. How sick would it be that all of these people, the individuals, the leaders of their groups, imagine them coming together for the Elderbrain fight, and if they die trying to save their city and dying with what they stand for, right? That would have been so fucking cool. Press 1 if you agree. Like Zevlor shows up. The fact that Zevlor was there, Zevlor and Dame Aelin showed up. I think that was it. They've got the biggest balls. Barkus is like, oh, you two go, take the grenade launchers, help him. Bitch, get up here. I saved your life, you come save mine. Right? Like, that would have been so sick. Damn. Anyways, just a minor thing.
Which tied the whole tale together and made the world feel even more cohesive and authentic. This is not a story that takes for granted that you are a hero. It's one that truly stares you down and demands that you prove it, if that's what you're really made of. The lead up to the finale backed me into a corner with a dozen ways out, but each one would require me to compromise on what I believe in one way or another. This elevates...
I actually stood pretty consistent with every choice I made in this game. I was pretty satisfied with how everyone kind of turned out and with the dialogue options that we did take. I don't think I had to, like, retread any sort of feelings towards the end. I mean, the only person who I think could have had a little bit more going on was Gale. But at the same time, you know, he became a god, and yeah, he was a little bit full of himself, a bit of an asshole. But, I mean, he seems pretty helpful still, you know? At the end of it all, he's still a bit of Gale, just amplified in a slightly negative way. I'm reloading this. Well, but the choices I made were the ones I wanted. I don't think I had to go out of my way to kind of say, oh, this is great, oh, this is great, for the sake of the conversation. I literally just picked the ones that I'm like, we're rolling with that. That's Fent Delver, right? That's Togrek Fent Delver. I miss him. Press 1 if you miss Togrek Fent Delver. Gone but not forgotten. I feel like, are you actually gonna, you don't miss Togrek Fent Delver? I do kind of miss the game already a little bit. It's one of those games that will linger on past, you know, you beating it, for sure. The Dark Urge storyline. If I had to play a second playthrough, it would need to be the honor mode. He could finally extinguish his cigar at last. True. Livid Gray, thank you, man, for the 51 months. I went into a second run as soon as I got done with my first. That's cool. I mean, you know how in-depth I typically get with games. I try to give these games as big of a chance as I can. And Baldur's Gate, if I'm not mistaken, took 35 days, roughly, to beat. And I don't think I could just do that willy-nilly. 35. And of course, the second playthrough is going to be a lot faster because you know what's going on. You maybe know not to loot every nook and cranny that you find. But, yeah. That's a long playthrough.
The tension and the storytelling to new heights, which is impressive given how strong it had been up to that point.
Your treachery will be punished.
There were quests that made me cry, quests that made me yell, "What?" out loud, and quests that genuinely creeped me out. And the variations in not only the ending, but also so many other smaller stories have me eager to play it all over again. And that's really saying something when Baldur's Gate 3 has been my full-time job for basically the last 3 weeks.
He's not wrong. It's kind of what it feels like. Your full-time job for 3 weeks, that is exactly what Baldur's Gate feels like. Baldur's Gate feels like a job, but a good one.
Food? Food. Not food. Friend.
It does need to be called out for some mild to moderate bugs here and there. Nothing that stopped me in my tracks, of course, but enough to be annoying.
Come with me, and you can hear all about it from Ketherick himself.
Look at Shadowheart's face. Look, everyone's just pissed. They've all had warheads.
There were also performance issues in Act 3 that required me to turn my settings down, even with an RTX 3080. But we've already seen many of the worst offenders addressed with the 4 hotfixes that have come out since launch, and what remains feels almost trivial next to the greatness of everything else. A game this complex will always have its share of bugs, especially at launch, and what I experienced was a more than acceptable trade-off.
Never thought I'd live to perform for the greatest audience in the realms.
I'm gonna say he gives it a 9.5.
The entirety of Baldur's Gate.
I don't want to say every CRPG going forward should aspire to be like Baldur's Gate 3. Not everything needs to be nearly this big and ambitious, or even this dense. But it is a landmark moment in the genre, And if I had to point to one paragon that I would like everyone else making these to take inspiration from, this is absolutely it.
Yeah.
I waited 14 years for the stars to align again so that we could get the ideal mix of crunchy, tactical, old-school RPG combat, an epic and well-written story with complex characters and lots of meaningful choices, and a level of polish and cinematic presentation that let me see the sweat and the sorrow on characters' faces in their darkest hours. Plenty of other games have partially completed that list in the meantime, but the last time they all came together was Dragon Age Origins in 2009.
Never played.
You amaze and fuse a stone me again.
And I can finally say that game and its Infinity Engine predecessors have a worthy successor that not just matched their RPG great.
They gave it a 10. It's about a 10. I mean, to be honest though, it's like I gave it a 9.75. It's not a perfect game. I wish there was a few separate things or different things that I did explain earlier. Character creation, some of the romancing is a little strange at times. What was the other one? One sec. My brain. Give me 1 second. There was something about Act 3 that I was thinking of. That it was a negative. Oh. I can't think of it right now. It has to come back to me. But yeah, nothing is perfect, but it is like it's like a 10. The pacing, thank you, the pacing. It was the pacing that is a bit off. Yeah. But this game it's basically like a 10. Do you think this game deserved Game of the Year? I would say so. I don't know what other games it was up against, but yeah, I'd say this game was Game of the Year. That was the IGN review. I know we yapped quite a bit, and we weren't even able to see, like, all the content, but, like, it's really good. This is a game that I think, if you had to say, gamer, you need to play these games, and you're a true battle-hardened veteran, Baldur's Gate is one of them. Watching a harsher critique between the rest could be interesting, like the Craftian video, even though it has a rage bait title. We're not doing Returnal right now. October, we're not playing any of those games until after October. Unless Returnal's more of a horror game, and we can kind of throw that in there, but we'll see. If you could only play Red Dead 2 or Baldur's Gate 3, which one would you choose? Let me say this. Let me say this. I think most people will agree. If you had to suggest a game that could convert somebody to loving video games, would you show them Baldur's Gate or Red Dead 2? I would show them Red Dead 2. I would show them Red Dead 2. Personally. I think with the scope of Baldur's Gate, it probably would be a little bit overwhelming. The reason Red Dead is so good is because it's such a clear vision. It's just go, 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 sad, badass, just amazing, amazing, I was going to say gameplay. Not the gameplay, an amazing narrative, an amazing group of characters, all of which you care for, all of which you sympathize with, mostly. And it's just such an easy thing to get on with. Now, the gameplay is a bit tedious, but I think the journey of Red Dead is a little bit more easygoing compared to, let's say, Baldur's Gate. That's what I would say. But again, we're not comparing the two, but if you've already played games, I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 is like cream of the crop when it comes to content. It might be slower, but it's more of a narrative journey, and narrative journeys are a lot easier to kind of get on with. We'll say this. It's more of an experience. It's more of an experience, as is Death Stranding, versus something like Baldur's Gate, which is more gameplay-centric, gameplay-focused. You're comparing everything to Red Dead 2. I'm not, though. But I think Red Dead 2 does have what a lot of games need, and that's care. The care of characters, right? You sympathize with these people. You want them to succeed. You feel something when they're gone, right? Like, the game made me cry. How can I not say anything about that game? It's so fucking amazing. It made me cry. It's good. Anyways, let's watch a new video. Baldur's Gate. So what's a good video for Baldur's Gate 3? What do you guys want to see? Is there any videos suggested? I think I told them to put it in game section. Baldur's Gate 3 official uncut announcement trailer. I think we've seen that. I think we've seen that. The trailer where the guy, like, mutates. Well, maybe not fun videos. What I'd rather see is, like, lore. Dirge cutscenes. That's spoiling the game. I can't. Because there's a chance that we go back and do something like that. You know, I didn't think this through, and I said this earlier. As much as I want to watch Baldur's Gate content, I actually don't at the same time, because I don't want to get spoiled for things that I could potentially see later on if I do another playthrough. And there's a good chance that we are going to do another playthrough way down the line. Lore could unironically spoil Dirge. What if we just look at the other alternate ending, where you become Illithid? Is that spoiling it? I guess it would be. Technically, that's spoiling it. Technically. The endings suck. Dirge Run changes a few things. Yeah, that's what I've been told. I would use more mods. Yeah, I would. I don't mind using mods in a game like this, but I don't want anything that alters gameplay. I want things that alter cosmetics. Things that don't matter in the grand scheme of things. Because I want to try and experience the game as it's intended. And how you look doesn't matter. You need carry capacity mod, but that's cheating. If I had to do a new playthrough, sure, but for the first playthrough, I could never do something like that. If you don't want to be spoiled, don't look at anything in particular. If you guys have any questions about Baldur's Gate and how I feel about it, you can ask that too. That's fine. I can maybe explain what I feel about certain things. But I do want to know more about this game, but I'm kind of scared to see content that I'm not familiar with. Devs react to a speed run. Actually, you know what? Sure. Sure. Baldur's Gate 3 devs react to an 18-minute speedrun or an under 6-minute speedrun. I could do that too after this one. That's fine. How do you feel about the Emperor build-up to his revival? I thought it was pretty interesting that he was literally the guy who founded the city. That he was Baulder. And you know what he kind of gave me this feeling of? Dutch. The level of gaslighting was like Dutch. Completely. Like, oh, I'm gonna help you. Oh, I'm gonna do this. Oh, we gotta get here. Trust me. Trust me. I saved you. I saved you. Trust me. I know what I'm doing. And it's like, buddy, no. There's a lot of people who talk all fancy and, you know, they seem to know everything, but at the end of the day, he isn't a Illithid. I didn't trust him to begin with, first of all, and I knew something was wrong. When you had a dream visitor, when you had this magical entity show up when you were sleeping, and so did all of your other companions, what is the one thing that binds all of you together in the first place? What is the thing you share as a collective? A fucking brain worm. So yeah, the brain worm is what's giving you these people. and someone's clearly controlling it. I thought it was the Elder Brain. I didn't even think it was a guy named the Emperor, to be honest. My number one thing was that let me ask you this. Are the Illithid instinctual creatures? When they're backed into a corner, they will do anything. Well, I guess everyone is kind of, in a way, instinctual. Like, if they're backed into a corner, they will do anything in their power to survive. Right? Like, it only makes sense to, when you are at the end of your road as a big, horrible, spacefaring, slavery, induced freak show of a race, that you would do anything to get out of that, right? You would side with the people who want to take you down. You'd manipulate them. You'd do all these different fucked up things to preserve yourself. Yeah, well, exactly. And that's kind of what the Emperor reminded me of. It's like, there's no fucking way this guy wants all of these things. Oh, take down the brain. Blah, blah, blah. He's backed into a corner. We've got the cards. The Elder Brain has the cards, whatever, right? Like, it's just, to them, it's a means to an end. Like, I need you to think that you're helping me, and I can help you, and at the end of it all, I'm just going to stiff you. If you stay with him, he actually calms down. Omelium was a weird one, because Omelium had no interest in that at all. It's his nature. Yeah. It's his nature as a mind flayer. Divinity? Maybe later on. What Baldur's Gate 3 is like for someone who doesn't play games is a good watch. Well, we can watch the speedrun first. 18 minutes or 6 minutes, though? 4 halfling barbarians. We could look it up. But you could become an Illithid in the epilogue? Oh, sorry, the epilogue, right, end of the game. I thought you meant the beginning. Well, let's at least watch one of these. Let's do the 18-minute one.
I'm also flanked by...
My name is Stijn. I'm a senior gameplay programmer here at Larian Studios. So,
first of all, where is Larian Studios from? These guys in Europe somewhere? What is, what country are these guys from? Polish? Belgium? Isn't the Witcher company also from Belgium or something? Guildford, England. Oh, they're not? Where are they from? Are they Russian? The Polish! Polish! Belgium! All right. Everyone seems to be over in Europe.
My job involves working on the code that actually gets the game to do stuff so that the designers can build the game.
The music of this game is so sick. This is a game that literally has everything. You'll go from laughing to being scared to feeling triumphant, and you just can take on the world. It's badass. This game's badass. Like,
and
absolutely.
Some of you might also recognize my voice as Stijn the Vampire from the panel from Hell.
Hey, I'm Gonzalo. I'm a gameplay and narrative QA, and I've played the game for many, many hours, but something tells me that I haven't seen something like this before. I'm in Barcelona, and I also took care of the playtesting of the game here. So yeah, there's competition, but I'm looking forward to it.
And I'm Kevin. I'm a senior writer at Larian Studios, who wrote a bunch of words that you probably won't get to see in this speedrun. But I wrote Lae'zel, Will, and a bunch of other folks.
I really enjoyed Lae'zel. You know, type your favorite character in right now. Well, type your favorite character, companion-wise, in the chat. Who was your favorite character? Number 1. Karlach. Really? Over Astora? I don't see many Astora simps. Astora, to me, was number 1. I don't even like vampires or elves, but, like, he's just sassy, bro. Like, he don't even care. He's just there to have fun. Like, half the time. Astora, the elf. I can't pick a favorite. Boo. Minthara. Gooners. That's the companions are great, and they're memorable, and you want them to succeed. If you want a character in a video game to do well, you know they've been written well. You know the level of detail put into them and care is that of almost a real person, right? Who doesn't want Charles to do well in Red Dead Redemption? You know what I mean? Charles is like the biggest bro in the game. Like, holy shit, that guy is like to the death, right? Karlach is the most enduring. Or endearing. She seems, yeah, I don't think I saw anything from her that went against, like, what you were saying. She's like, oh, let's get on with it, soldier. Fucking A, right? Like, let's go down to the pub and have a drink. Aye. Type of vibe. It's Astora. I mean, it's a story in, but Astora, I mean, it works. Karlach is the least mentally ill one of all the companions. Well, she doesn't believe in gods or anything. From what I gathered talking to her, she isn't led on by a cult. She's not in the service of a god. She doesn't care for most things outside of, like, let's fucking get it done. Hey, absolutely, bro. Let's just do it, man. She's a very, like, free, blank slate type of, like, careless individual. Well, not careless, but, like, she's not weighed down by other problems that people are typically. Like, she has the whole heart thing and then fighting in, what's his name? Zariel's army and shit like that in the Blood War. And that's kind of her trauma. But she's not trying to, like, what was her arc anyways? Was it getting the thing out of her chest? Was that her arc? Saving her from the robotic heart? That was and then killing Gortash for selling her to Zariel. That's it. There is no arc. Okay. I was gonna say Karlach was a little weird because she wasn't your traditional, I'm gonna adventure with this person and then we're gonna go see a few things. For me, Karlach was like, okay, here's Gortash, kill him. That's it. Okay. You know, with Shadowheart and Astora, there's a lot of, like, minor things that you go through that are important. And then they build up to, like, that big grand reveal at the very end where it's like the Cazador mansion or the Shar ritual, and then her parents. Like, it's really dragged on. But Karlach, was she a last minute ad? That's probably why then she didn't have, like, a big arc. You can actually use her to transform into a mind flayer to save the world. That would be, I feel like she would do that. That's a very Karlach thing. Good intro with the paladins. Well, she was against them all, right? I mean, I liked Karlach. I just didn't see her as someone who I wanted to bring out consistently. But she was cool.
Oh, let's see how fast this goes.
Yeah.
This is an 18-minute speedrun.
Oh, yeah, they're gonna jump around.
The fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I know what he's about to do here, because every speedrun kind of starts the same. Yeah, it's the one where you somehow end up jumping through the wall.
Into the fight, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The main problem here is
Rush
that...
to the controls.
Exactly. Like, our spells have a validation step and execution step, so if you're just fast enough, then you might be able to launch your jump spell before the validation actually succeeds.
Right. Oh, that was very fast.
I'll take a look at that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, half a minute to get past tutorial.
You know what? So here's the interesting thing. The lore of Faerun, is that the lore of Baldur's Gate in general? Is this game a good starting point for people who want to know D&D? If anyone here does D&D and shit like that, let me know. Because when I don't think there's anything out there publication-wise. Like, no books or anything that really, that I've seen, does anything with this game. Can you take a dinner break? Oh, it's 5 o'clock. We'll do it a bit later. It gets you used to the basic mechanics. Well, what I'm saying is the world of Faerun. The world of what we looked at in this game, is that published anywhere else in a written form? Is it expanded on in any other medium? Anywhere? Like, in terms of its lore, its world building, and stuff like that. Because I don't think I've seen anything. I've briefly looked around online, and I just can't find any lore about this game outside of what you've achieved in-game. It follows the Descent into Avernus adventure, which is a published book. Okay. But I guess the game then stands alone as its own adventure. Well, we'll get to those videos. We'll do a few. Like, as much as I want to know more about the lore of this game, I feel like I've kind of learned it all. I feel like on the tip of my tongue, there's no, like, burning questions that I have right now. Do you know what I mean? Like, this game actually does kind of a thorough job in explaining shit, for the most part. It's not that I know everything, but, like, it feels like whatever we've been presented was kind of explained well enough, and the story wasn't that deep. Yeah. I guess that's also why it didn't feel so complicated. The plot isn't really that crazy. Well, I'm sure it has big plot holes when you've got 50,000 things going on. But the biggest threat of this game is the Illithid takeover. And one of the negative things that I had to say about this game was the pacing. You never really feel the impending doom of the Illithid takeover. Press 1 if you agree. You never really feel like the world is ending until the very end of the game, right? You go off and slay Auntie Ethel, and you're like, I saved the world! And then you've got a brain bug. Even in Moonrise Towers, I guess you feel that a little bit. You also don't feel like you're dying. Exactly. But I guess that was because the Emperor kind of, like, you know, shielded that off from you. You're not in a hurry. Yeah, and you know what, though? You know what's such an interesting thing I was thinking about? I've never played the game, but I've seen Ivana play it. She's here right now. I'm going to ask her. Ivana, you know Majora's Mask? You know when you're on the timer? Do you think something like that for Baldur's Gate would make sense? No? Huh? In Majora's Mask? But you're still under the impression that, like, the moon is gonna hit the city. And something bad's gonna happen. Oh. Well, it was this weird idea in my mind where it's not that you want to force the players to get the game over with, but there needs to be a sense of emergency. There needs to be a sense of, like, shit is going down and we have to stop it. What if... Hear me out. What if, over time, instead of at the very end of the game, Baldur's Gate started to collapse? And you could see that visible collapse. Like, the city was eating itself alive, and it was on display. It wasn't, like, in the sewers where the cults were. It wasn't higher up where Gortash was making all the decisions. It wasn't in you blowing up the Gondian factory, and now you've got ruins everywhere. Like, that was cool. The Gondian factory was something that I actually felt was a display of, like, this place is going to shit. There's a fake urgency with the tadpole situation. Yeah, you know what, though? You're right, though. I don't think I'd ever want to play with a timer in a game like this. I think that would ruin it. I think that would ruin it completely. But I think showing more of what's happening and how bad it actually is would have been cool. The tadpole was supposed to be evolved because of the crown to make the Illithid an army in an instant and taking everyone by surprise. I don't know, man. Some of these things, I wish there was just some sort of sense of urgency somewhere in this game. Somewhere. Anyways, we're just going to continue here. Let's watch this.
I wonder, was that skip in the original tutorial? Because obviously you made some big changes to the tutorial from early access into the full release.
Dude, what the fuck? What is this guy playing? Is that a monk?
Many places of the game. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I think he's setting up for the.
Well, you know what? You're not wrong though. The Elder Brain was basically Palpatine. So. The Elder Brain was Palpatine. It's a wizard. Okay. The Elder Brain was Palpatine. Everything was orchestrated from, you know, the inside out. Like he did this to have this happen, to have this happen. Like it was 20 steps ahead. Like he's Zinch.
I think so. Which is a bug so complicated that even we don't.
But I don't think it was like, oh, that's horrible. It wasn't like a gotcha moment. You know what I mean? I think what was the big reveal in Baldur's Gate that you were like actually dumbfounded with, in your opinion? What was that big gotcha moment where you're like, oh? Because I don't think I had one outside of maybe the Emperor. I think that was actually it. Maybe the Emperor. Yeah, him being Baulder, the guy who founded the city. Orpheus not killing your ass. That was one, too. That was one for sure. The the Emperor being Baulder was dumb as fuck. Wait, so what the fuck was his play in all of this? You could spoil this. What the fuck was the Emperor trying to do the entire time? What was his grand plan? Was he actually taking down the brain? Was he really to survive? Really? So he wasn't even a villain. He actually wasn't a villain. Really? Okay, so he actually wasn't terrible. I mean, he lied to you throughout the game, but I will actually look at his ending. I think that'd be fine without spoiling anything, because we usually watch multiple endings of games. But he acted very sus, yeah. But if you knew of his intentions, right? Yeah. Why would you ever help someone who's about their own personal survival, especially in a Lithid? You know, he needs other people to save himself. Who does that sound like? Black Lung, Mr. Morgan. I just snorted 15 cacti, Mr. Morgan. Who does that sound like? Although he's not friends with anyone.
Kill them. Yeah.
Oh, poor Shadowheart. Magic missile. Best first level spell.
The fuck is that? Oh, he's killing her. Aye. Oh shit.
Yes. Are they skipping animations by moving the icon?
What is this?
That isn't good enough. No, you have to.
What is this?
Fully and then put them in a box on a surface.
What the fuck?
Like so, and boom, it's gone.
Yeah. Just roasting it a little bit.
What?
And now we're here. Okay. Just skipped an entire act.
That's so bonkers.
Yeah. I really wonder how people discover these kinds of things, because you first have to like pixel perfect your crate somewhere and then put them on a surface, destroy the crate. It's like all these steps involved.
Yeah.
It is quite like dedicated to find this sort of stuff.
Yeah. I wonder how many times, right?
I knew of that from Act 2, not Act 1.
Right, what are they doing here?
Where they had the people singing for the song.
Oh, they're gonna skip the fight, right? Because they are level 1, they cannot really fight it now.
Yeah, they got
is that Lae'zel?
To prep for a big jump.
Wait, why would Lae'zel be here?
Yeah, I think the
this is where you meet her?
Might be a bit overpowered if jumping is the.
My Lae'zel was from Act 1.
Yeah, I
but
remember it
they
was quite
hide.
powerful in early access as well.
God. This is so cursed.
Okay, this is what Forever Falls for.
Wait, so this guy is already in Act 2 at 3 minutes, and for me to get to Act 2, I think it was 80 hours. I think I've spent more time sorting molded food in the... Okay. I mean, okay, he's a speedrunner, but like, you know.
Yeah, it's just crazy frog speedrun, jumping around.
Oh, poor Crash. Crash was the baby of the Guildford studio when we started up. It was just all the world building team working on. Sad to see it gone and skipped.
It was enjoyed for, what, 20 seconds?
Look at this weird look at this.
Quick glimpse at the Vista, and off we go to Shadowcurse Lands.
Yeah.
So how does it work with this jumping shit? Does he have like very specific boots on?
I wonder if that's also influencing something.
Is that like a jump boot or some shit?
Actually,
Might have to do with the weight systems.
Oh, it's a spell? Okay. But this is a glitch run.
Maybe
right? This is like an exploitive run. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, and they get the lantern, right? Yeah.
They steal the lantern from the guy and oh my god.
Oh, poor Dolly.
No one deserves to live in a speedrun.
Look at this.
Shall our second death.
Yeah, they're doing it again.
Let's see, so for this one they probably have to figure out another pixel perfect position for that box to go to. It's like, how do they find them? Is somebody like meticulously going through all pixels on the screen just to find that one position?
Maybe. Yeah, that's completely crazy.
Sorry, there was YouTube
I remember
comments.
the playtesters tried to do speedruns of the
Watch honor mode using only poo scraper. What?
game because it was useful for us, right?
Is that a run?
Best
Poo
time was
scraper.
like 1 hour and a half or something. And that was like a crazy time at the moment. Now they are completely crashing the record. Yeah, 1 hour and a half, and that used to be like a good time. Like Octave was like,
Poo
hey,
scraper
I'm
is a
showing this
dagger.
around. This is nice.
It's crazy to see how these games can be broken. I feel bad for the devs. I mean,
putting all the knowledge
there's only
together,
so
like,
much people can do, and there's a lot of
strategies
bullshit that people can kind of come up with. But
cut as much as possible. Yeah.
So kind of like a glitchless run then.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is this? Oh, this is at the bottom of Moonrise.
Oh yeah, they're gonna do this skip too. Yeah.
We're gonna do it again.
Look at this.
Yeah.
So you just if you press fast enough, then you can fire the jump before the validation is finished.
Yeah. This one is also very, very tricky. It's also almost pixel perfect, I think. And it has been patched.
Oh yeah, for sure they like watching them. Yeah.
I respect this so much because it's so beyond any way I've ever played a game in my life.
Good jumping distance, then you can just skip.
Respecing out to Moon. I wonder what that's about.
Okay.
I don't think we're gonna watch all of this. It is 20 minutes, but like,
looking at the weights of real life.
how does he? You know what? How does he kill Merkel?
What a menace.
How does he kill Merkel? It took me 7 hours to beat Merkel. What is he gonna do?
All right, do the thing. Do the thing.
Let's see. Okay, this is how he beats Merkel. Who the fuck is the bear? Is that Halson?
What a menace.
I spent like a... There we go.
That was very quick.
What?
I spent a week looking at the weights of real life creatures and animals to get them in the game. There's some interesting ones as well with D&D lore, where there's a lot of discrepancy between weights that they use, where I think it was like an orphan.
The fuck?
Demon was weighing some. The location.
We're gonna skip through it a little bit.
The upper number, which indicates.
Apparently, this is supposed to be.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So I think the 1311 that it's at now indicates like the actual speed run, and 1457 includes the loading times.
Okay.
What is this?
Did they just put a corpse in a child's pocket?
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, they get
oh my! You're not supposed to get here.
That's crazy.
The scripter's hidden layer.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
The Scripter's Asylum.
Yeah.
Did House the Sheep survive the asylum?
How do they defeat the Elder Brain?
Ah, and the Kid Yankees are still there.
By anything, because
Yeah.
I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah. I'm surprised they don't use.
Oh, he turns into an Illithid for this? Yeah. Okay. It's funny.
Oh wow.
Okay, let's see how he kills the Elder Brain.
I just realised with the speedrun you don't even get the twist of the Astral Visitor being the Emperor, but you don't even see the Astral Visitor, you just see the Emperor.
Yeah, just there's no time for it.
Oh, okay. He insta-kills it. Well,
wow,
that's something.
They make it in one spell. Nice.
I missed what
wow.
spell used there as well.
And
So quick.
Bro, that is... Okay, let me ask you this. Do people who do speedruns do this for a living? How the fuck do you do that with free time? That is like your life as a hobby. That is some serious dedication. That is some serious dedication to be able to figure out. And what I've heard about speedrunning, though, is that there's a lot of community effort put into like certain angles, certain moves, certain things that will get you through the map. And so everyone kind of throws ideas at each other and then, oh, do this, this, this. It's more of a collaborative effort in speedrunning. But, like, that is insanely hard. They don't speedrun only one game. That makes it even crazier. The fact that they don't even speedrun just one game makes it even more insane. Awua, thank you, buddy, for the 9 months. And Subra, thank you for the 21. I got into Twitch watching Dark Souls speedruns. They're pretty fun to see people break games and, you know, do things that you'll never see as just a casual gamer or the standard, you know, playthrough. How about this? Let's watch a video called Baldur's Gate 3 Recap. And we can go through the story of the game just to iron it out. Well, there's one that's 20 minutes and there's one that's 40 minutes, but like it is I kind of want to make sure I'm not missing anything. I feel like I'm not, to be honest. I don't think the game was like that in depth. Four halfling barbarians. Okay, I need to say, is that fun content or is that like lore content? Right? Is that fun or lore? Which one is that? Four halfling barbarians. It's fun content. Okay. I want to see a few more things tonight because we're only going to wrap up tonight. So I want to see relevant things first, and then I don't mind if we have, you know, more time tonight before I go to sleep. We'll watch stupid shit. But I want to get the most important stuff done first. Even though we just watched a speed run and I skipped through it. A little bit hypocritical. But I do want to watch something that actually, like, leaves nothing to be answered. Love from South Africa. Hello, sir. Grimoire for 69 months. Thank you, buddy. Okay, what you sent me is I Cast Bullet. I think that's also kind of a fun video. What I need to see right now is the lore. We got to do a recap of the game's lore. So I'll watch the 20-minute one instead of the 47-minute one. So let's do this first.
Welcome to the Man of Recaps. This is Baldur's Gate.
I want to see this. This is important. We have to leave Baldur's Gate tonight knowing that we don't have questions. Even though I think for a game like Baldur's Gate, you'll always have questions. But let's do this one first. And then if you've got funny videos, we'll look at those, okay? That's fine.
3. You are an adventurer from the city of Baldur's Gate when your life is rudely interrupted by being abducted by aliens. These aliens are mind flayers, terrifying psychic tentacle monsters that eat brains. But you're not dinner. You have an even worse fate because they infect you with one of their tadpoles, which will turn you into a mind flayer too. Luckily, this mind flayer...
Let me ask this. Are Mind Flayers super OG villains in Baldur's Gate? Is this guy AI? I thought he was AI. I don't think he's AI, but I thought he was AI. Are Mind Flayers super OG villains? Are they like the absolute OG villains? Okay, calm down, calm down. His video is it's the channel is Man of Recaps. Man of Recaps is the channel. Give me
Ship is attacked by their
2 minutes, folks. Be right back. 2 minutes. All right. I give this game a 9.75, yeah. It's like one of the best games we've played. Patrixins, thank you, buddy, for the 8 months. All right, let's go.
Our mortal enemies, the Githyanki, a warrior race that fly on dragons. In the fight, the ship gets damaged, and you are able to escape your pod. Unfortunately, the ship teleported to the Hells, so you're still in a bit of a pickle. You meet your...
Okay, now we get to talk about lore. Where is Hell located? Mochi, are you from Hell? Where is the Hells located? Aren't there different circles of it as well? But, like, you can actually go to a different dimension in this game. Hell is a literal different dimension. It's a different plane of existence. Okay. And I'm assuming it's more of a traditional, I'm the devil, I can do what I want down here type of place. Right? Is there some sort of culture? Is there anything going on in hell? You can go to hell and go back and be fine lore-wise. There's the Blood War. Is that between, like, different warring demon lords or some shit? Different devils? Great Wheel Cosmology. Demons versus devils. Well, are the demons and devils both native to hell? That would make sense. Is living in hell a bad thing? Rambo's, thank you, ma'am. Mochi? No. Well, Karlak came from hell. So, hell has its own problems. And how does one get to hell? That's the question. Through some sort of, like, we went to hell through Hellsick. How fitting. Can you just blink in and out of hell, or do you need to go through, like, a portal? To and from. Magic, right? I mean, we did learn that in the game, but I'm just trying to remember how exactly it was. Okay, so you can willingly go to and from. Okay. So it doesn't seem so alien. It doesn't seem so foreign. It's not like this creepy place where only horrible things come from. I mean, Karlak came from hell. If Karlak is from hell, she's not all so bad. Right? Hell is not alien in Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, yeah. Hell is like a legitimate plane. Oh, she's not from hell. Really? She's a tiefling. Is she a tiefling? So she was a tiefling who was sent to hell by Gortash to fight in Zerial's Blood War. Baldur's Gate, okay. So if you're a human being and you go to hell, you're not just gonna, like, straight up die. Like, you can sleep in buildings and you can exist in hell. Like, there's a society to work with. Is that correct? It's not just like a lawless hellscape. I guess that would make sense then. Depends if you sold your soul. Well, the House of Hope seemed like a pretty decent place despite everyone being screwed. Okay, interesting. All right.
First friend to Githyanki warrior Lae'zel, who was infected herself, so you guys figure let's work together. If you're nice, you rescue another survivor on the way, and now you make it to the Helm, where the Mind Flayers and Devils are fighting each other. You fight your way through the chaos, so yeah.
So, when I saw this, everyone hates the Mind Flayers. The Mind Flayers are basically the Tyranids. Is that correct? There is no siding with the Mind Flayers. They are 100% on their own. Is that correct? So they're everyone's, like, natural enemy. They're always evil? Okay. Well, what about the devils, then? If these guys are the devils, right? Well, I guess you could reason with them. You could talk to Raphael. He's not a good guy, but, you know. They want to... So the grand design of the Illithid is to make everyone Illithid. They want their race to span the galaxy. Essentially, they want to subjugate everything. So, okay. Yeah, you probably don't like them then. So, does that also mean subjugating hell? If they come from... Why would they want hell? Red Hex, thank you, man, for the 15 months. Brainworms. And, Zve, thank you, buddy, for the 13 months. Everything. Okay. The devils are keeping demons from destroying everything in existence through the Blood War. So the demons are actually evil inhabitants of hell, and the devils are the more sensible ones. Zerga the Tyranid, yeah. Devils are lawful evil, they have rules. Okay. Demons do not. A devil might lie to you. but they won't fuck you over. Okay, gotcha. Demons do not live in hell. So where do the demons come from? Oh, the abyss. Is that below hell? I'm assuming something ripped open in hell called the abyss, and then the demons are kind of spewing out from the abyss into hell. So how the fuck are the demons in hell? So everyone's in danger from the grand design. They invaded. So if you've got planes, where is the abyss? Typically the abyss is like the bottom, I suppose. Is the abyss below hell? Are they adjacent to each other, like horizontally? Look up cosmology, the Great Wheel cosmology. Okay, I see it. So you've got Faerun, or Earth, in the middle, and then you've got all the different planes surrounding it, but everything is interconnected. Is essentially what that is. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, they're adjacent, but not, like, layered. All right, fair enough. Let's keep
Players and
listening.
devils are fighting each other. You fight your way through the...
Yeah, because I was always wondering when I saw this scene, I'm like, why the fuck are these two guys going at it? Although they seem very different, so maybe.
Each other, you fight your way through the chaos. Oh yeah, take that. You make it to the tentacle steering wheel and teleport back to the material plane. So you wake up with a bad headache and a main quest. Get this mind flayer tadpole out of your head. But you don't have to do it alone. Step 1 is recruit some other survivors. The girl from before goes by Shadowheart, and she's rocking some serious bangs. She's trying to do hard to prove she's hardcore. There's the flamboyant elf rogue, Astarion, who's doing a bad job hiding the fact that he's very obviously a vampire. There's Gale, the nerdy human wizard who's got beautiful hair, but his best friend apparently is his cat. And you reconnect with the Githyanki Lae'zel, who is a very strong fighter, if you can deal with her constantly belittling you. Pretty soon you come to a settlement, which is under attack.
That's a little endearing, though, right? When she's sitting there kind of preaching the word of the Githyanki, saying we're always better than you in every way. And you guys are, like, weird and shit.
Back by goblins, but they're no match for your next companion, Will, a classic swashbuckling hero who's named himself the Blade of the Frontiers. He was in the Hells hunting a devil.
When I saw Will, he instantly died. And then I brought him back to life, thankfully.
Named Karlach, but turns out Karlach isn't a devil. She's a tiefling, which is a devil-looking person. And Karlach is a big cuddly teddy bear, as long as you don't make her mad. Now, it turns out there are a bunch of tieflings here. They're refugees seeking shelter in this druid grove. The tieflings are just trying to get to Baldur's Gate. Unfortunately, those goblins are blocking the roads. But the druids are now kicking the tieflings out. Their new leader is a very bad person.
I have questions. I said I didn't earlier. I have questions. Well, the goblins are all tadpoled. Are they not? Are they not in the service of the Absolute, and the Absolute is literally just the brain? So... they aren't tadpoled. So they're just being goblins. So the ones you meet in Chapter 1... they believe in the Absolute. They worship the Absolute. Their higher-ups who are telling them this nonsense are tadpoled. Right? Yeah, I guess there's no... why would you tadpole a goblin? Okay, true. What a waste. There's no point. Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
And for some reason, this is our problem. But we do get a lead on removing our tadpoles. The former druid leader, Halsin, was studying them, but he was captured by the goblins. And so now our quest is clear: defeat the goblins, rescue Halsin, save the tieflings, and cure our tadpoles. But this isn't an urgent quest. Our tadpoles seem to be in stasis, so we can take a few days to do side quests. There's a ton of situations that could use your help, and if you're a persuasive character who gets good dice rolls, you can talk your way into better outcomes.
Raphael.
Sometimes, though, the dice aren't with you, and it's gonna come down to a fight. Yes, everywhere you explore, there's something going on. Like here, there's a gnome who's tied to a windmill. If you're a good person, you can save him. Just make sure you hit the right lever. Oops, wrong lever. Sometimes you find a cute lost dog who...
what the fuck? Well, there goes. Is he alive?
Tied to a windmill. If you're a good person, you can save him.
Oh
Just
my
make sure you hit the right
God!
lever. Oops, wrong lever. Sometimes you find it.
That's pretty fucked up. Is he alive? Look at him go. There goes Barkus.
Just make sure you hit the right lever. Oops, wrong lever. Sometimes you find a cute lost dog who you can adopt and bring back to your camp.
He's dead.
Other times, hey, what's down this well? Oh God, oh no, kill it with fire. Spending all this time together, you start to learn your companion's secrets. Like Astarion reveals he's a vampire.
Oh, he sucked
to
me.
the surprise of absolutely no one. Turns out, though, he's just a vampire spawn and has lived a life of horrible abuse at the hands of his vampire master. He's only ever eaten rats and stuff. He's never drinking human blood. And so, if you're a really good friend, you can let him have a taste. Mild-mannered Gale has a dark secret, too. Turns out he used to date the goddess of magic, Mistra. But one day in his hubris, he dabbled with magic beyond mortal power, and now he's got a magic bomb in his chest. You gotta feed him magic items, or else he'll explode. Karlach has a bomb in her chest, too.
That was such a minor thing that was so overlooked. I gave Gale like 2 pieces of armor and he was done. I never gave her a soul coin. I never did anything for her outside of take her to Dammon. It was very minor.
Her devil boss Zariel had her heart replaced with an infernal engine, which is why she's on fire all the time. You gotta find a blacksmith to cool her down, and every few miles bring her in for a tune-up. One night another devil shows up at camp. Turns out good guy Will sold his soul to a devil for the powers to fight monsters. Karlach's not a monster, she shouldn't count, but devils are sticklers for contractual loopholes. She counts as heartless because she doesn't have a heart. So as punishment for...
That is something I didn't realize. She literally screwed... So he was chasing Karlach at one point, you know, vanquishing the demons, right, out of the Sword Coast. Or rather down to hell. All because he thought she was a villain? Is that what that is? Yeah. Yeah. Wow. He was gaslighted. I think everyone is in this game.
For not killing his target, Will is given the form of a devil himself. In fact, all your companions are getting horny. Basically all of them make a move on
Yeah.
you, and I mean, who can blame them? You're a great catch. If you play your cards right, you can get it on, which may lead, though, to some awkward mornings. Finally, it's time to go after those goblins. But these goblins have joined a cult worshipping a new god, the Absolute, and they can psychically sense your Mind Flayer tadpole, which makes you one of their leaders a true soul. And now you hear the voice of the Absolute, and oh no, it's gonna mind control you. But Shadowheart has a mysterious prism that apparently is what has been shielding you. But she doesn't know what this artifact is. In fact, she was just sent to steal it. She's a cleric of Shar, the goddess of darkness, and she had her mind wiped before this secret mission. But she stole it from the Githyanki, which lays...
It's so weird not seeing your main character in the cutscenes. Like, who the hell is this, like, RuneScape Bob NPC guy? You know what I mean? Reggie! He's walking! It's so weird. You gotta admit, press 1 if Fent Delver had a fucking aura. Fent Delver is memorable. Talk like Fent Delver. He was memorable.
What this artifact is. In fact, she was just sent to steal it. She's a cleric of Shar, the goddess of darkness, and she had her mind wiped before this secret mission. But she stole it from the Githyanki, which Lae'zel does not appreciate. Since the very first minute of the game, these two have been at each other's throats. And tonight at camp, their feud comes to a head. If you don't get a good enough dice roll, you're gonna have to pick one of them. Now in your dreams, you're visited by a mysterious dream guardian who claims to be the one psychically shielding you.
I knew it was a ruse.
Mind Flayer worm in your head might make you suspicious of any dream visitors, but you designed them at character creation and probably made them super hot, so you're more likely to trust them completely. They tell you to pick up more tadpoles from other true souls you find along the way. Turns out you can absorb them to unlock your potential and get new powerful psychic abilities. And there's not apparently any consequences, but the menu for doing it is very icky. So as a fake true soul, you're able to infiltrate the goblin camp. Pretty soon, you find a captive bear, which is the shapeshift form of the druid leader Halsin. Unfortunately, he can't remove your tadpole, but he'll help you fight this cult of the Absolute. First things first, we gotta deal with these goblins. The goblins are led by the drow elf Minthara, and if you're playing tactical, you can get her alone for an assassination, but it's significant. significantly more cinematic if you let her find the Druid Grove, and she leads an army of goblins to assault it for an epic siege battle.
Oh, I didn't
And
realize
of
that
course,
could
if
happen.
You're
That's
playing
cool.
an evil character, you can join Minthara and betray the Grove. But assuming you're a good guy, you defeat the goblins, the day is saved, and that night you have a big party. If you haven't hooked up with anyone yet, well, hey, tonight's your shot. But of course, you have to pick one, and things move fast on an adventure. You two start to fall in love. In the morning, Halsin's got good news and bad news. Good news, he knows where the tadpoles are coming from, the absolute space at Moonrise Towers. Bad news, it's surrounded by a shadow curse.
The fact that I didn't get that battle is kind of disheartening. I think that would have been fun.
So it's going to be hard to get there. To bypass the curse, you go underground and travel through the Underdark, a land of magical subterranean beauty. Just watch out for the deadly mushrooms. There's mushroom people who live here and have been fighting the Absolute themselves, so long story short, you deal with them. And so you arrive...
So, I mean, we knew this, but it's interesting that other races of beings also have problems with the Absolute, kind of impeding on their territory, or fucking with them. Right, when you find the Myconoid people, they're still at war with the Absolute. Right, they're still at war with all of these crazed cultists kind of running around fucking things up. Hey, common ground? I thought the Myconoids were freaks. I'm not gonna lie. I thought they were the villains. Never judge a book by its cover. It's interesting, though, that the Absolutes folks and shit like that, I guess, do threaten people. Doesn't matter who you are, join them or you're against us, right? I thought the Myconoids were villains. I mean, you look at them and they're freaks.
At the shadow-cursed lands. But hold that thought real quick, because around this time, Lae'zel interrupts you. Since the very beginning of the game, she's claimed her people can cure our tadpoles. But if you actually track down some Githyanki, the only cure they give you is a swift death. But Lae'zel still believes those Githyanki were traitors. My queen Vlaakith will purify us. So to keep Lae'zel happy, you make a detour to the Githyanki Creche, which is in a beautiful abandoned monastery. So Lae'zel's finally going to be purified in this absolutely terrifying machine. And to everyone but Lae'zel, it's very obvious. There is no cure, this machine kills you. But Lae'zel still has faith in her queen. Long story short, her god queen Vlaakith orders her death anyway, even though she's loyal. And so, after a big ol' fight, Lae'zel realizes her queen is a tyrant, her whole life has been a lie. So Lae'zel has a bit of an existential crisis. On the way out through the secret passage, you can find the old monk's magical weapon. If you're smart, earlier you figured out the puzzle and got the key to take the weapon.
That was me.
But it's significantly more cinematic if you steal the weapon, which activates the self-destruct sequence. And it's an epic escape as you leap from the roof, get out of there just before the monastery is destroyed with the full concentrated power of the sun. So we're back.
I did everything that I could find. By the way, this guy's playing on console.
Done. So we're back on track in the self-destruct sequence, and it's an epic escape as you leap from the roof.
That right there is the console icon.
Get out of there just before the monastery is destroyed with the full concentrated power of the sun. So we're back on track in the shadow-cursed lands, which is a very unpleasant place. If you stray too far from the light, the shadows will grab ya and bring you back as a shadow zombie. But in the middle of the curse, there's a bubble of safety at the Last Light Inn, which has been made the base by the Harpers, an international group of good guys. And they're led by the old druid, Jaheira. Yes, a main character from Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. She's here to deal with this absolute problem, and she figures as a true soul who's not brainwashed, you can sneak in and get more intel. They've got protection here from Isabel, a powerful cleric of the moon goddess Selûne. She's able to protect you from the shadow curse too, though Shadowheart doesn't appreciate it. The goddesses Selûne and Shar are sisters and mortal enemies. In fact, this curse seems to come from Shar, so Shadowheart's like, yeah, no, this darkness is great. But this darkness is very not great, and as you explore the desolate town, you encounter—
That guy was so weird. So, these are the Thorms. Is it the Thorms? There's the Thorm family. Ketheric. This guy's called Malice. There was the one in the border agency place. I actually thought these guys would have more of a prominent thing. The Toll House, yeah. I thought they'd have more of a prominent... And the bartender. I actually thought they had... Like, you'd walk in there and it'd be some sort of epic fight. But they kind of just stand around. And you talk to them and then you kill them. This guy was, I think, one of the first people who I had seen, and I looked at his stats, and I'm like, what the fuck? This guy looks crazy. How are we going to beat him? This guy was horrible. He was like 300 HP. I dropped my fucking spikes on the floor, Fendelva, and he shits on the ground. And then the guy, like, parades around it for, like, an hour, and then he just gets shot to death, and we assassinate him. It's funnier if you force him to kill himself. I think that was an option at one point. You say, like, oh, you need to experiment on yourself. You have to figure out what's wrong with your own body instead of doing it to others. Right? Yeah, that was... You see these big, grand, imposing enemies, and you're like, I don't want to fuck with you. I know I'm going to have to, so let's just get it over with. And then they're kind of a pushover. I'm sure in honor modes, they're not, but, like, for the tactician run, it wasn't so threatening, I think. So, yeah.
Counter all sorts of super...
Yeah, I did hear that one, too.
creepy horror movie stuff. Now you arrive at Moonrise Towers, and with your tadpole marking you as a true soul, the guards invite you in as a VIP. Now we meet the big man in charge, General Ketherick Thorm. But killing...
John Simmons voiced this guy, correct? Was it John Simmons? Is that his name? Was Ketherick Thorm? J.K. Simmons, okay. I actually wasn't really taken back by his choice, their choice to make him Ketherick Thorm. I almost wanted to, like, side with the guy. I don't think he has a very villainous voice. You know what I mean? John Simmons, okay. I don't think he had that much of a villainous voice. Like, it's a very iconic voice. Like, he's been in a lot of stuff. Notably for me, it was, like, Spider-Man. But I think it worked. It's just when you see him, you think more of him because he looks really disturbing. It's mainly the gear, the Merkel gear, where he's got, like, oh shit, we're skipping a little bit too much. Like, the whole chest piece with, like, the fingers and shit and the skulls on the shoulder pads, and then you have, like, the daggers that look like they're gonna fucking encroach on your neck and, like, kill you for just wearing this thing. It's not that he needs to act angry. I mean, he's imposing. But he... I guess I don't really know the lore of this guy entirely outside of he wanted to bring back... Was it his wife? It was his daughter. His daughter was, Dame Aylin's chick. Isabel. Yeah. So I guess he... Even though he's villainous... what he wears and kind of where he is, I just expected something a little bit different of him, but it was all right. He doesn't see himself as a villain. Yeah, I was gonna say this whole area seems like it's more of a twisted, like in their mind they think they're doing right versus like what's actually going on. Some shit like that. To Merkel, yeah. I guess that makes more sense for sure. Yeah. Well, Merkel, was it not Merkel who brought her back? Who brought her back then? Because he becomes the avatar of Merkel, right? Yeah, he gives himself over to Merkel, and in return, your daughter will be back. He's the tragic villain. That's kind of what I was thinking, because, like, again, when I heard him, I'm like, this guy doesn't sound all so villainous. I mean, his brothers or whatever, his family is a bunch of fucking freaks, but I don't know, he had a level of, like, noble authority to him, where you just didn't want to, like, strike him down immediately, or he was someone who you felt like you could reason with. Well, everyone went kind of insane, yeah, but... Anyways,
Ketherick Thorm. But killing him's gonna be a bit of a problem. It seems at the moment he's immortal. So for now you need to keep your cover. You're sent to help Ketherick's right-hand man, the necromancer Balthazar. And he wants your help to retrieve the Night Song, conveniently the thing keeping Ketherick immortal. The Night Song is held deep in the basement of a temple to the goddess Shar. So Shadowheart is super hyped. She's like, wow, this must be my destiny. But But is it though? It's a little suspicious her memory's been wiped. It seems like Shar might be manipulating her, but anytime you try to point this out, it just makes Shadowheart mad. So you help Shar to complete the trials and make it down to the Inner Sanctum, where the Night Song turns out is a person. She's a demigod, in fact, daughter of Selûne, whose life force is bound to Ketheric to keep him immortal. So this seems like the opportune time to drop your cover and kill this guy, but...
What was the thing that brought forth the Shadow Curse? What was it exactly again? Why are the lands completely shadow cursed? It was Shar. The shadow curse was Shar. Ketheric's death. I didn't even realize she was immune to it at that point, I think. Ketheric Thorm unleashed it as a final act to maintain his control over the area surrounding Moonrise. Every time Shar loses, she casts something further to make sure she always has an impacting mark, like a lasting effect. Like she can't take losing and has to kind of like spite you in the very end of things. But what caused that exactly? Imprisoning... Wait. Okay. This is the daughter of Selûne. One sec. Ketheric betrayed Shar. Oh, like Ketheric lost favor. Like, he no longer worshipped her. Is that what you're saying? And then as someone has said, he went to Selûne and then went to Myrkul because he tried to get back his daughter, and none of these gods would give him that outside of Myrkul. Is that what that was, essentially? That's not it? Selûne, then Shar, then Myrkul. I swear, at the very end of his dialogue, when you're fighting him, he's like, I had to, the only person who would give me what I wanted was Myrkul. Right? So, let's assume, not even let's assume, if you're aligned with Selûne, that's more than likely something good. Right? Like, you're not a villainous individual. Selûne is like a pretty fair deity. Right? The light and the dark. I mean, even though Shar, though... Shar is kind of a freak. Ketheric was good, okay. But all of this stemmed from losing his daughter. Selûne and Shar, the same god, split. His wife, and then eventually his daughter. So his wife died first, and Selûne couldn't do anything. And so he went to Shar, and then Shar couldn't do anything. And then didn't he lose his daughter as well, Isabel? And then the only way to get her back was to go to Myrkul. And then in doing so, he incurred the wrath of Shar, and then Shar fucking cursed his lands. So they weren't able to resurrect his wife, though, right? Because you find his wife in the crypt. The very far crypt where, like, what's his name is? Raphael, when he's talking about, oh, you have to go in there and slay this guy. Okay. Well, so he is kind of... Well, he is a tragic character then, right? Yeah, okay. Sure. So I guess, you know what? Simmons being in that role actually makes a lot more sense then. I agree with that then now. I'm like, at first I'm like, oh, he's not that villainous. And in the end, I guess he wasn't really villainous. He was just doing what he could to get his family back. Which he tells you. His daughter was the last hope when he lost his wife. Oh, but it was... Didn't he also try to keep her away from... fucking what's her name? This chick, Dame Aelin, because she was a demigod of Saloon, like a angel of Saloon or some shit. Daughter of Saloon. And he's obviously got a bone to pick with Saloon for not helping him. He was very villainous, but his reasons were okay. Yeah, it was basically them turning an eye to what they believed in, what he believed in, and what he wanted for his family. You can avoid his second fight if you try to convince him about redemption. Do you still have to kill him? You still have to kill him. Okay, gotcha.
The Night Song's not safe yet. Shadowheart wants to kill her to fulfill her destiny and become Lady Shar's Dark Justiciar. If you've been helping Shadowheart embrace her good nature, now at the moment of truth, she realizes...
I like how this guy's also wearing the gear that I was wearing. What the hell? It's a good chess piece, sir. It's a good chess piece.
Sure. Now at the moment of truth, she realizes this feels wrong and throws Lady Shar's spear away. You free the Night Song from Ketheric's cage, and the music swells as she flies around, banishes the shadows, ready to deliver holy vengeance. Or, if you told Shadowheart to embrace the dark side, this can all go a very different way. So it's time for the assault on Moonrise Towers. Jaheira and her Harpers are here to help, though the real challenge is keeping Jaheira alive. On the roof, you confront Ketheric, but Ketheric has a trick up his sleeve, a giant Mind Flayer tentacle. He grabs Dame Aelin and bamfs out of there. You chase him down to the depths of Moonrise, where there's a whole Mind Flayer colony, and you learn the truth of the Absolute. Ketheric Thorm is not the big boss, he's just one of three. They're each the chosen of one of the gods of death, the Dead Three, Bane, Ball, and Merkel. Apparently, they don't usually work together, but now they've united for this evil plot to somehow control a Mind Flayer Elder Brain. They plan.
How the fuck would they ever get on all together if they were to control the Elder Brain? If they're obviously they're being led on. They have no power over the Elder Brain. Well, they have the stones, right? But, like, the Elder Brain said, I've been doing this all, you know, in the hopes that it goes to plan and you've all been played. They wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. They were all planning on betraying each other. Exactly. Well, they're all villains. Even when it comes to any sort of villain in most settings, when you've got a bunch of them, they're all in it for themselves, right? There is no unity. It may be them working together under the guise of unity, but like when the time comes, backstab. That's always the case. In Warhammer with the Chaos Gods, they fucking constantly war with each other. The Skaven in Warhammer are all very much about treachery and betraying each other for their own personal gain, right? So like, I mean, yeah, that's kind of fun. Certain Western gang. Interesting. Anyways, let's continue.
And to infect everyone with its tadpoles and dominate the entire world. Right now, they're infecting a VIP, Duke Ravengard of...
I think I was mentally tapped out for this. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? Who's this guy? And then by the end of it, I was like, oh, it's Will's father.
Right now, they're infecting a VIP, Duke Ravengard of Baulder's Gate, and incidentally, Will's father. But you can't save him at the moment. These two take him back to the city. Now that you found the Absolute, this might be Gale's time to shine. Earlier, he got a visit from Elminster, legendary wizard of D&D lore. Well, Gale, I've got good news and bad news. Good news, Mystra found a way to stop your bomb from exploding for now. Bad news is she wants you to explode it on the Absolute and kill yourself. So yeah, Gale could just end it now, but that seems a little anticlimactic. So it's time for the rematch with Ketheric Thorm, but he has another trick up his sleeve. This isn't even my final form. He eats himself into the pit of death and comes back as the Avatar of Merkel, all crazy bone monster. But by now, hopefully, you've gotten pretty strong and you smite
Okay, fuck this boss, first of all. One of the coolest things that I realized during this fight, and to talk about the depth of, like, this game, you can unironically disarm him. You can disarm him. Like the scythe isn't his weapon forever. You can take away his weapon. No, I did it during my playthrough. That is crazy. No. But what I'm saying is, it's not that it's hard. It's that it's interesting that you can do that. That is ridiculous. Like, what the fuck? In what other game could you ever disarm a boss and just beat him to death? Like, he punches you and does nothing. He can't even pick it back up. He has no thought going through his head to pick up the weapon. I was going to say, not many, right? Like, it's interesting because they treat everything in this game as an object. As, like, when you fight a boss, you're fighting the boss and the weapon they're holding, the people they're commanding. It isn't just, oh, the boss has a scythe. Careful for his scythe attacks. The boss has hands, and his hands can come loose. That's such a cool way of thinking about this game. Nothing is absolute. No pun intended with these guys, I guess, but yeah, that's fun.
Gotten pretty strong, and you smite this fool. Yeah, Ketheric Thorm defeated. Now you just have to collect all 3 Netherstones, defeat the Elder Brain, and finally rid yourself of this dang tadpole, and incidentally save the world. The land heals with the Shadow Curse lifted, assuming you didn't forget Halsin's side quest. Shadowheart gets some of her memories restored. Turns out her family were Selûne worshippers, and the Sharans kidnapped and brainwashed her. Shadowheart's realized her whole life is a lie, and she has a bit of an existential crisis. And so it's onwards to Baldur's Gate. But that night, there's another big twist. Your Dream Guardian opens a portal. Hey, come help me. Inside, there's an imprisoned Githyanki, and they're under attack from a Mind Flayer. But turns out the Mind Flayer is your Dream Guardian. Ah, bro, you just got catfished.
This was kind of a oh, gotcha moment, but I kind of knew that.
Yankee are attacking you too, so for now you have to keep working together. He calls himself the Emperor, and we finally get his full backstory. He never technically lied to you. He was an adventurer from Baldur's Gate who did get captured, turned into a Mind Flayer. Mind Flayers are thralls to an Elder Brain, but somehow he managed to break free. He went back to Baldur's Gate, where he lived a normalish life and actually founded a cool spy agency, which is where he got his title, the Emperor. But one of the bad guys, Lord Gortash, captured him and re-enthralled him to the Absolute. But he broke free again when he found this prism because the Githyanki inside has a natural psychic shield. This is Prince Orpheus, the true heir to the Githyanki throne. That's why Vlaakith needed this prism back, because if other Githyanki find out he's still alive, it'll be a big Githyanki civil war. The Emperor just wants the Absolute defeated so he can go back to a normal free life. So it seems for now you're still on the same side. It's kind of up to you how much you trust this guy now that he's creepy instead of hot. He does want you to keep...
So, the Astral Prism is another plane of existence. As is Hell, as is the Abyss. This is its own... So where are we right now? When we enter the Astral Prism, is it like its own itemized pocket dimension? It's the astral plane. So the prism is the way to it. Okay, so it's like a teleporter. Okay.
Keep embracing your tadpole powers. In fact, he's got a special tadpole for you.
Was it ever explained as to why Orpheus is imprisoned here? Like, was it ever explained... So how did Orpheus come to be imprisoned in the astral plane? Is it beyond Baldur's Gate 3? Or is it in the game? Vlaakith imprisoned him in the astral plane. I guess that would make sense if he was bound to, like, create this civil war and then vie for power. Why not destroy him then? There may have been books that I did read at one point, but we read every fucking book in that game, and trying to remember everything is a headache. I can't remember everything we read. He was the true heir, and Vlaakith usurped him. Essentially is what it is. And she kept him alive because he has psionic abilities to stop the Illithid. Was that it? So she was like, that was a power move by her. She was basically keeping him as like an insurance policy. Is that it? That like, okay, if the Illithid come for us, then maybe we can use him to stop them. But he's still a tool. Is that what that is? Okay. Well, okay, there we go. Perfectly explained. Cool. It stops the hive mind thing from the Illithid. Gotcha. All right, fair enough. Okay. That was easy to get. Never mind.
which can evolve you into a partial Mind Flayer. You can try to say, no thanks, I'm good, but if you've been slurping down all those other tadpoles, turns out this one's really hard to reject. So your psychic powers are stronger than ever, but it's very bad for your complexion. Maybe we just keep that helmet on. And so it's onwards to Baldur's Gate. Getting into the city might be a problem because of its new giant robot police force, the Steel Watch, under control of Lord Gortash. But Gortash lets you in. He now thinks he's untouchable. With Will's father, Duke Ravengard, under his control, he's just been named Grand Duke of Baldur's Gate.
This guy's a fucking bum. This guy isn't imposing. He isn't anything. He's a bum. I don't think I've ever been scared of Gortash. And you know what, though? If you were going to treat with any of the three, I think Gortash would have been the most sensible. I think he would have... Oh, you cannot treat with Orin. Everyone knows Orin's a sick freak. You cannot treat with Orin. Like, this guy probably... Can you actually side with him? Can you side with Gortash and take on the Netherbrain? Well, actually, no. You wouldn't take it on because then... So what happens if you side with him? Gortash is the most sensible. Yeah, I mean, you could find his family in Baldur's Gate too. He helps you. But in the end, do you actually... I guess this may be a spoiler, but I don't think I'd ever side with him in any playthrough. I'm not going to lie. Well, okay. Well, that's interesting that he would side with you. Okay. Beyond that, I guess we'll leave it there.
And he's a savvy political operator. He's actually interested in working together. With Ketherick dead...
I actually felt, and there's an option that I think... you know, you get to read his mind, and it's like, he's actually telling the truth. Like, this guy wants to work with you. He's just a power-hungry fake politician, I guess, right? Fake emperor, right? Like, if you had to side with anyone, it'd be Gortash. That's it. I don't know. I thought of it.
With Ketherick dead, their triple alliance is broken. He wants you to kill their third. The third, Orin, is a shapeshifter. Yeah, she ambushes you a couple times and is in general a super freak. She also wants you to kill Gortash for her, and she's kidnapped one of your companions, so if you want to save him,
Halsin got taken too, really?
Better do
Tyrant.
But
yeah,
for
he's a
Halsin,
tyrant.
we'll have to wait because we just got to the big city and there's about 100 side quests to do. You can recruit another character from the old Baldur's Gates. Yes, it's Minsk, the berserker with the heart of gold and his hamster companion, Boo. Now that you're back in civilization, sleeping rough ain't cutting it. You can rent a suite at the local tavern. And now with access to a bed, you and your chosen love interest can finally get it on. In fact, there's lots of opportunity for love. Like one day the Emperor shows up shirtless. Oh, hey, didn't see you there. So if that's something you're into, the option's on the table. And if Daddy Halsin isn't kidnapped and you play your cards right, this is where famously you can a bear. Gale is interested in the crown that they're using to control the Elder Brain. Turns out it's the Nethery's crown, and that's his orb was Nethery's magic. You help him steal a book so he can learn how to reforge it, and he thinks he can use it to become a god. But if you give him some better advice, instead he apologizes to his ex-goddess girlfriend Mistra and decides to give the crown to her. Astarion confronts his old vampire master, Cazador. You can't control me anymore. Unfortunately, turns out he can. In fact, he's about to sacrifice Astarion and all his spawn in an infernal ritual to become the vampire ascendant. You help Astarion beat this guy, but now he wants to do the ritual himself. But you can talk him down, you're better than that. And so Astarion kills his old master in an epic, cathartic, emotional scene. Actually, his whole story is heart-wrenching. Shadowheart goes back to the Temple of Shar, where incidentally her head priestess is another returning character. Redeemed Shadowheart smites this chick, but
Wait,
when
is
she goes
really?
to rescue her...
Is that a returning character from Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, this chick? Viconia Devere? Is she? I mean, she was kind of a freak. Very briefly, you didn't really do much with her. Okay, well, don't tell me what happens in BG 1 and 2, but, like, that's interesting.
The returning character. Redeemed Shadowheart smites this chick, but when she goes to rescue her parents, she gets some bad news from Shar herself. As her final curse, she's tied them together, so while her parents live, Shadowheart will be in constant pain. It's a tragic dilemma with no clear right answer, but her parents are like, hey, you gotta let us go. So Shadowheart, whose name by the way is Jen, is finally free from the evil of Shar, but lost her parents after just re-getting them. Will also has a dad dilemma. His patron Mizora offers him a new contract. She can help him save his father if he sells his soul even more, or she'll let him out of his contract, but it would condemn his father to death. Another tough choice with no easy answer, but ultimately his father would want him to be free. And, of course, you can save his dad without Mazora's help, and she's not even that mad, she loves a good loophole. And now that Will is free from his pact, he decides to be the Blade of Avernus, taking the fight down to the devils. But Will's not the only one dealing with devils. Way back at the very beginning of the game, we met Raphael.
Johnson, thank you, buddy, for the 3 months.
To cure our tadpoles, though even if you want to take it, he won't let you yet. Now the time has finally come, but turns out he can't just cure our tadpole. Instead, he offers us a hammer that can free the Githyanki Prince Orpheus, which is arguably completely useless unless you really don't trust the Emperor. In return, he wants that Netherese crown, which he would certainly use to nefarious ends. Lae'zel obviously has very strong feelings. We must free the Prince of the Comet. So to keep Lae'zel happy, you get her that hammer. Luckily, your contract can be broken if you find a portal into hell. You can break into Raphael's house.
This was cool as shit. I would say the coolest thematic fight in the game was either the Netherese, the Elder Brain summoning all the help throughout the game that you've acquired, or Raphael. Like, Raphael's fight was, if you had more of that music somewhere else, not that you'd want, you know, him singing in a different fight or anything, but I mean, it's really memorable. It's really, really good. I found Mole's contract. I never gave it back to her. Whoops! I did find the contract, and it's sitting in a crate. But she's fine because Raphael's dead. There is no more contract anyways. Yeah, so it's fine. It was a Disney villain thing, yeah, for sure. It doesn't do anything? Okay.
And rip that contract in half. This makes Raphael very mad, and it's one of the coolest boss fights in the game with absolutely epic music. But at this point, hopefully, you're pretty darn strong, and you show that devil who's boss. Now it's time to deal with Gortash, but he's well defended by his steel watch. He's holding these engineers' families hostage, so you gotta steal a submarine and go down for an epic underwater prison break. Now the workers can rise up and fight, but they're not especially good at fighting. Most of your job is keeping them from dying. Then you blow up his robot factory, which hilariously is the capstone quest to that gnome you saved from the windmill at the beginning. Now you can finally kill Gortash, who is part of Karlach's story. He was her former boss who sold her to the Hells. You help Karlach smash this guy, and now she gets her own emotional scene. Earlier, she got bad news about her heart. It can't survive outside the Hells, and she would rather die than go back.
I actually felt like there was legitimate chemistry between Dammon and Karlach, and at the very end of the game, when you're looking through the chest of all the letters that came in, there is one from Dammon saying they should get together sometime. Like, if there was anyone to be with her, it would be Dammon, because he did help her all throughout the game if you take her to him, which I thought was pretty nice, to be honest. Like, that felt genuine. Like, that was a romance that I could back up completely. It didn't feel like that at all. I thought it was completely like that. Completely. When they were talking together and shit like that, I don't know, man. It came off as a little bit endearing. What? Bro, what are you typing to me? What are you typing? Wrong game, bro.
Yeah, all your companion stories are just so tragic. Now there's just one Netherstone left. It's time to confront Orin and finally rescue poor Halsin. But Orin is the chosen of Baal, god of murder, yeah, main antagonist from Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Incidentally, Orin's dad was BG1's villain, Saravok. So Orin pulls her biggest shapeshift yet into the Slayer.
So she is the main villain. So she should have been killed last. Okay.
Avatar of Baal. Ouch. But in the end, you defeat her, and now you have all 3 Netherstones. It's time to confront the Elder Brain. But since you saw it, it's gotten bigger, and using the stones doesn't quite work. All of this was part of its master plan. It's used the crown to evolve itself. The stones can't control it anymore. So the Emperor calls a timeout, while the Nether Brain rises above the city for a full-on Mind Flayer invasion. The Emperor's like, yeah, the brain's too strong. Only another Mind Flayer would be able to control it. You should give the...
When he said that, I was actually a little bit worried. I'm not gonna lie. I think that this part alone sunk my heart a little bit. When he was like, you have to transform. Somebody has to become a Lithid. I'm like, yeah, it's not gonna be me. I didn't really want any of my companions either. I'm kind of glad that you just kind of say, oh, fuck off, no. And then Orpheus is like, it is my destiny to save the green people. And then he becomes like green, squiddly space Jesus. And then saves his race. That
stones.
I did not expect that.
And so you're faced with the final question. How much do you trust this guy? Is he your best friend, Tentacle Bro? Or is he the monster invading your dreams who's manipulated you this entire time? If you trust him, he'd have to eat Orpheus's brain to get his psychic blocking power and leave the prism. And obviously Lae'zel has strong feelings on that. So to keep Lae'zel happy, we're gonna free Orpheus. The Emperor is pretty disappointed. If you're not with me, you're against me. He decides to join the Netherbrain and take his chances on escaping in the long run. But Lae'zel is super stoked. Yeah, that's right, it's hammer time. Prince Orpheus isn't exactly grateful. I guess to be fair, you killed all his friends. And he's got bad news, the Emperor was right. It will take a mind flayer to use the stones. A true selfless hero might make the ultimate sacrifice and become a mind flayer to save the world. Or you can make Orpheus do it. Thanks, bro, for taking one for the team. And so it's time for the final battle. You could, of course, skip this fight and let Gale finally blow himself up, but that seems anticlimactic. At the top of the brain, the Emperor's here to stop you with the dominated dragon. Everyone you've helped.
That is such an interesting thing for Gale. So the one companion that's been on my mind the most was actually Gale, because he's the only one who kind of had that, let's say, bad ending. I don't think it's a bad ending. I think it's maybe the non... He's no longer down to earth, we'll say. But it's really interesting that even in the end, he wanted the Crown of Karsus, and by the end of it, he gets, or does not get the Crown of Karsus. He can bring it back to Mistra. But like all throughout the game, because of Mistra, go kill yourself, go kill yourself, go kill yourself. What? And then even in the end, well, now that he has the power for himself and he gets the crown, he can decide, you know, make amends with his ex-lover or take it and become a god. Yeah, like Mistra, I mean, that's such a long, that's a very, very long storyline, but it only shows up when you've got big bosses. When you've got Merkel, go kill yourself. When you got the Netherbrain, go kill yourself. Right? Like, I never really thought much of Gale throughout the game because his beats weren't consistent. His beats were always very, here's one, and then wait 50 hours, and then here's another one. But it's... him becoming a god was pretty interesting. I don't know how much content there is surrounding him becoming a god. I did watch a little bit of stuff last night before I went to bed, and some of it didn't seem so bad. I did see a clip of where he actually screws over Raphael, and he saves Karlach as a god. That is immense. That's fun. And that just shows that Gale hasn't lost his mind. You know, even though he's arrogant, even though he's Gale and, oh, I've got the magic, blah, 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 I slept with a goddess, look at me. Like, when he comes to the party, he's a bit of a dick, but you could probably work the guy over, you know? And it's cool that now he's his own master and he can just go off and do whatever he wants with his followers and shit. Even though the god of ambition, right? All right. So that's fun, but yeah.
Along the way is available now to help with the fight. They're excited to save the world, though mostly they're...
We sign the contracts, but Gale forces Raphael to go... I think that was it, yeah. He forces him to go to his plane of existence to get it. He can cure you. You know, it's always... So when it comes to D&D, there is no absolute canon. Is there? Or maybe there is. When it comes to certain books and adventures, isn't it always, at the end of it all, canon? Like, at the end of this book, this guy has to be defeated in some way. Good live, bro. Hey, thank you, buddy. Like, there has to be a canon for you to follow. The objective lore, of course. But, like, for the sake of Baldur's Gate, so if they made a sequel, to this game, they would have to canonize certain things. So your adventure of Gale, your adventure of Will, your adventure of Karlach would kind of be either validated or completely void. And I think, I'm not sure what they would do with that. The more ambition Raphael gets to reach the crown, the stronger Gale becomes. Exactly. He's feeding into Gale even if he's not really doing it. I feel like they should never taint the characters of this game because they really are such amazing, fun people. And it's not that you can't taint them yourself and say, hey, you're a villain, hey, you're a villain, hey, you're a villain. But I feel like for me, the canon ending to most of these characters would be to kind of just go off and live your best life, but not be corrupted by power. Gale becoming a god, just because I had that ending, I feel like that's the most interesting one of, like, the Dark Justiciar or Astora having his ascension, but normal form. I would say so, too. If they made a sequel, I think they'd kind of give everyone some sort of mundane existence, and everyone would separate. The gang would split up, right? They would go their separate ways, and you'd eventually meet up with them, maybe, but... Gale of Waterdeep. See, I would have liked that too, but either way, I'm for either one. The God Gale is canon ending. If anyone was to obtain some sort of ascension, I feel like Gale is the most deserving. Having laid with a literal goddess and to spite her, becoming a god himself. That's how I would view that, I suppose. Which is fun. That's very fun for Gale. Laconia Sharp Priestess is a companion in BG1. Wait, that villain chick is a companion? Source, it was revealed to me in a vision. Oh, really? And then you just kill her ass. Why would you... Whatever her name is, Viconia, I don't know. It's the chick who... says, she's talking to you like, give me Shadowheart, blah, 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 blah. I have to use the bathroom. 1 sec, BRB. All right, we're back. Sorry, let's just continue this because we have to watch a few more videos.
Probably dragon fodder. So you fight your way to the crown, get your mind flayer to use the stones. Then to dominate this thing for good, you gotta smack it in the face. And so the brain is under your control. An evil person might take this opportunity to become the absolute themselves. But a good person will destroy this thing and the day is saved. All your tadpoles are finally gone, and your beautiful face is back to normal. If you made Orpheus become a mind flayer, he's in no state to lead his people. So it's up to Lae'zel to unite her people and depose the tyrant.
She being the savior of her people, I think, was like the best end for her. The fact that she would go off with like Orpheus's blessings and try to unite her race, that's a great end. I don't think I'd want anything different, to be honest. The way she went out, I felt sad because like the gang split up, but you're only forced together through circumstance. You're not actually wanting to travel together. You just kind of do, you know, because you got to get the shit out of your head and then defeat the absolute, defeat the brain. So this was a great ending. Lae'zel's ending was like perfect. I don't think I could have changed anything.
Queen Blacketh, Astarion, without the tadpole's protection, is now effective.
Same thing with Astarion. Like, him going off and kind of returning to that, like, mundane vampire life, living in the shadows and kind of skulking around at night. He's free. He's his own man. He's no longer somebody's slave. And that's great. You know, I think he wants a bit of a quiet life, having been fucking tossed around for, what was it, hundreds of years, I believe?
By the sun again. He'll meet up with us for the after party.
Yeah, that's
but
great.
Karlach, don't forget, is dying. This is it.
This was an interesting one. I actually never would have thought that he would have went off with, like, or she would have went off with Will. But even I was saying, we'll find a cure. We'll find a cure. Was I gaslighting her? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe there is a cure. But they did say the only way to save her realistically was to go back to Avernus.
She's burning up. But Will is like, hey girl, I'm going down to Avernus anyway. I know you said you'd never go back, but maybe it won't be so bad if you got a friend. And in fact, it did.
That was awesome.
Pretty freaking rad as these two run off to fight devils together. And you get to live happily ever after, whatever that looks like for you.
Is this a canon ending where you just, like, marry one of your companions? Is that possible? What the hell? You guys are gooning. And then 10 minutes later, ChatGPT, talk to me like Shadowheart. We're laying naked in the bed, throbbing, full of sweat. It's like, okay. I would have never done this. Personally, you know, it's your story to tell. Do what you want with that. That's awesome. That's the point of D&D. Togrek Fentdelva. I would have never romanced any of these people. We are companions. You know, shit went down. We saved the world, and it was nice knowing you, lad. I'll see you later. That's what that was. It was very bittersweet. You know, in the end, hey, we got to go our separate ways, but it was fun. Bro, what do you mean, cuck virgin? Bro, Fendelver? It's just not.
You saved the world, and that's where Baldur's Gate 3 comes to an end. If you liked this recap, hit that subscribe button for more of
The number one thing about this game, as I said before, very early on, is it actually feels like an adventure. Press 1 if Baldur's Gate felt like a legitimate, like, trek across the world to save yourselves. Well, okay, maybe you don't think about saving yourself too often. You don't think about your tadpole at all. But it actually felt like an adventure. Like, it really thoroughly did. It hammered home, I guess, the idea of D&D, where you band together and go off questing and adventuring and figuring things out. We beat the game in about 180 hours. What a great game. I still give this game a 9.75. It is as good as Red Dead Redemption 2. It's just good. It's so good. Well, so what should we watch? What should we now watch? Well, who the fuck is it Minthara? I could watch a Minthara scene or something. Minthara romance scene. Minthara pregnant. Minthara Gale third son. Fucking freaks on YouTube, bro. Anyways, I'm gonna Minthara. So what? Minthara gets pregnant? Who the fuck even is Minthara? Just a random, like, what is this chick? What's her race? Sorry, let me consult my book. Actually, Minthara is, take a look here. Sorry. The liquids are keeping the pages together. Minthara is... She's a half-elf. She's not a half-elf. She's a drow. Oh, never mind. I don't know. It looks like a half-elf. So is a drow just an... Are they from the Underdark? I don't know what the fuck she is. Are they from the Underdark? So she's basically an Underdark elf. Okay, calm down, sir. Calm down. I want to watch a few things first. Mochi! So she's basically a dark elf. Yeah.
Mochi! Mochi! Igloo. Mochi. Woohoo!
Mochi?
Mochi. Woohoo!
You're awesome. Thank you, Mochi. You want to sit? It's okay. You can sit. Go sit. You're sliding off the chair. Careful, little buddy. Watch them in Mazora sex scene? What is wrong with you people? Can you go find meaningful things in life to fucking follow? What is this? When Shadowheart fully managed to corrupt a Selûnite, and it's them having sex. Okay. So what is the point of Minthara? When voice actors get paid enough. Let's do that one. When voice... Okay.
Taking such a holy weapon would be diabolical indeed, but the consequences... disastrous.
I never saw this. What's with the outfit? Oh. Alright.
Then thou must return with the proper payment. Well counted. By doom and dusk, I strike thy name from the archives.
It's kind of fucked up. That's kind of fucked up.
What in the sweet hells were you thinking? Activating that lance? I was right there! Gods! Do you have any idea how much that hurt? Well, apparently there's a limit. Somewhere between a nice summer's day and the full concentrated power of the sun! Excuse me? That was the least you could do after dropping a building on me.
Okay.
Next time. No. If there is a next time, I'll be the one aiming the all-powerful weapon. Thank you. Although, I do appreciate you trying to fix your mistake. Just don't do it again.
You know, the biggest thing is about this is that it goes both ways. So the voice acting and the delivery is so important, but whoever wrote the dialogue for Astora nailed it. Like, that is very fun. Whoever wrote Astora's dialogue, like, absolutely did a great job, especially in getting this guy as well. Like, it goes both ways. You write something great, you got a great performer, and I'm sure he had input, you know? There's a lot of people who take interest in, this is why he won all the performance awards. That's great. That's awesome. Mochi! That is fun. That is certainly fun. My favorite companion is Astora. And I don't like elves and I don't like vampires. But how can you not like that guy, right? Like it's just so... It's so over the top in every way. And like, you're here for it. You know? That's awesome. That's fun. What other things? Halfling barbarians. 4 halfling barbarians. Oh, it's this guy. Okay, this guy does Warhammer videos. Okoi? Okoi does Warhammer videos too. He's done like Total War videos. Oh, this guy does videos for everything, though. Yeah, Lead Belcher. Yeah. Elden Ring. Yeah. Yeah. 4 halfling barbarians. That is such a stupid part in the beginning. That's what I would do, though. I think that's what we did.
Abomination. This is your
My God. Wait, you can actually kill him? I guess you'd have to kill him with, like, companions, though, right? Yeah. I guess you could do anything. Why am I even asking that question? You can do anything you want in this game.
There was a misinput, calm down! You calm the fuck down!
Approach the dying monster. This
I did that too. Fuck that guy.
A hand? Ow! Perhaps I should have clarified? A helping hand?
It's kind of fun. I didn't realize he'd say that.
Ow! That's it! Go on! Keep pulling! Oh. Hello. I'm gay.
I'm very badly injured. I think my legs might be broken. Everything all right out there? Come on, find the key. Who the hell? You're gay.
Water. Earth. Fire.
This book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive cock.
Oh, my dick!
What? Okay, hang on. This is important. If you don't come down here and get withers, does he still come and find you? I didn't realize. I thought this was some fucking random necromancer guy. Oh, he comes and finds you? Okay, so you can't miss him. Look at him. Oh, God.
You will join me.
Oh.
Open the bloody gate! Nope!
It's fun that you can actually do so many different things. If you want to throw people at each other and do damage, and, like, actually kill them, if you spec for it, you can do it, right? Like, these guys are doing it.
Please. I'm sorry.
This is madness, Korga. This is just a...
It's kind of fucked up. That's kind of fucked up. That's kind of fucked up. Oh my god. Bro, are they gonna... I kind of... Is he... Okay. Oh, you can find him dead too? That's funny. Okay. That's so fucked up, though.
Across the mug. Oh, we do it.
Across the mug. Is he eating shit? Oh, he's gonna eat the shit. Oh!
It's still warm.
That's what it's like to eat the liver bean. Okay, if this doesn't break your PC, I don't know what will. Oh my god. It's crazy to think that this is like the normal way of playing the game if you want it to be. Oh my god. Fuck that guy. Bro, that is... you know, it looks insane, but for someone who's never played the game, if you looked at this, you'd be like, oh, that's a mod or something, right? I think you could just do this. Like, this is not a mod, correct? How do you get that many barrels, though? That is disturbing. That's pretty fucked up. I think there was another one. Pizza Pikachu kept spamming. Hang on. Last I Cast Bullet is what it was called. I Cast Bullet. What is this? 21 minutes.
This video is going to spoil the...
It's... Ew. Look at this.
This video is going to spoil the entire game. Baldur's Gate 3 is possibly the funniest game ever made, and I do not think it actually intends to be, because it's actually trying to be really gay, taking place in a fantasy world where 4 adult friends are able to play on the same day. This game faithfully and hilariously recreates the D&D experience, all the way down to watching your friends paint the entire ground of their camp with your combustible blood, which, turns out, can act as the fuse for a bomb. And that is just the beginning of the absolute insanity that this...
Okay, so wait. I feel like this game... Would you agree that this game has, like, legitimately infinite replayability? Like, absolute replay... Like, the fact that there's mods... The mods alone probably make this game insanely... fresh every single time, right? Close to it? Yeah, I was gonna say, the fact that the mod support is like... Was it there day one? Because, I mean, that is... For a game that's inherently about putting your own touch on things, and kind of like D&D or any tabletop game, I'm sure, has house rules, right? And I mean, mods are very much akin to that. You know, you're given a set of ways to play, and the mods are going to alter that and, you know, make things a little bit more interesting if you want them to be.
game has to offer.
That's fun.
Because in the world of Baldur's Gate, anything is possible, and everything is determined via dice roll. And yes, that does determine whether or not you're going to be transformed into cats 4 turns before the building explodes. I think this is the best game ever made, and I'm not even exaggerating. But before beginning our amazing adventures, we have to choose our characters very carefully. We've got Asterion, the Dark Urge, Squid Game...
Wait, who is the Dark Urge? Is he supposed to be a lizard? Or is that like a generic portrait for somebody? Oh, he's supposed to be a lizard. You can only play him. Oh. Well, so why is it a lizard? It could be another... Oh, the original... Okay, gotcha. Q-Cone, thank you, buddy, for the 75. You can customize it? Okay.
Asterion, the Dark Urge, Squid Game Huggy Wuggy, all the customization you can think of for my human male fighter. But today, we're going to be playing as Ongyat Rizking, a they-them wild magic sorcerer with absolutely
This is... I'm not going to watch this, bro. This is just not my type of humor. This is just not my type of humor. I don't think I would watch this, personally. And there may be spoilers, though. That, too. Yeah. It's a little ADHD. I don't know who the YouTuber is. Well, it's Maxor. I've never really watched his content, but I don't think this is like...
Very often. So, to get at the true heart of the Baldur's Gate 3 experience, we have to make some...
I don't think it's my style of content. Play it at 2 times speed! 2 times... Bro...
friends, and eventually have sex with most of them. Honestly, it's pretty easy to forget that this game has combat. Personally, though, I didn't get with any of them. Mostly because I can't show it, but also because I was interested in a more acquired taste. That's right, baby. Gay sex with Squidward. I always dreamed of touching those Squidward tentacles as I played his clever heads. Also, if you don't have sex with anyone human, the camp skeleton just insults you for having no...
I can't do this. I'm gonna say... That is personally not my thing. That doesn't mean it's bad. Obviously, a lot of people like this guy's videos, and that's awesome. But for me, subjectively, I just don't think it's my type of video. Watch something with the voice actors. We could maybe do that. That is a 21-minute long video. Oh, my God. Oh! No, you're good, man. Yeah, good night, dude. Yergel lore videos. Minthara scenes? Bro, I typed in Minthara and I only got pregnant, romance. The ones that really stood out were pregnant and romance. Romance scene, build funny, pregnant, Gale. Gale third son. Third child is legit. What? What is this? One sec. You know what? I feel like this character is overrated, and the only reason people like Minthara is because she's like a Gunnar character. She's funny. Is she? I don't know much about... I don't know, bro. You are delusional. I feel like most interests in this game are rooted in some sort of, like, gooning. We'll watch it, though. I'm sure... Okay, we'll see.
Do you have elder siblings, wizard?
You're about to say something awful, aren't you?
In Menzoberranzan, after a house has 2 sons, every subsequent male-born child is slaughtered at birth.
Okay.
As it is useless. Even for breeding. You have the aura of a 3rd child about you.
Okay, so she's pretty cruel. All right. Okay. So why would you want her in your party? That's pretty fucking weird. Huge turnaround in her character. Listen, when I YouTube search Minthara and get pregnant, yeah, the search bar says otherwise. She's evil. She's more unhinged. Well, Lae'zel isn't evil. She's just an alien. And she's a blind alien at that. She needs to serve. Lae'zel, throughout the entire game, was always under somebody else until the very end of it all. Lae'zel isn't evil. She's just a freak. Minthara's unhinged like Lae'zel. Let me... Baldur's Gate 3. Let's see. What happens when you steal an NPC's underwear? This is 1.8 million views. You, me, bed now. It's having sex with Karlach. 5.5 million views. Woo! The best plot twist in gaming, and I think he's talking about the Emperor being that's a video I would have watched, but you know, see, the cool thing about YouTube though is that there is content for everyone. It's not like just because you don't like a certain style means it's inherently bad. It's just your subjective taste. Like, there's so many YouTube videos regarding Baldur's Gate, and a lot of them have millions of views. Millions and millions. And, you know, hey, people like making videos, and people like certain styles of content and stuff like that, and that's awesome. It may not be for me, but, like, that's totally fine. Why do you have gooning content, then? I have gooning content? Sturdy Pex, hello, sir. We did beat Baldur's Gate 3. This is actually the last night of Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, throw some video titles at me and I'll look them up. Throw some titles at me and I will look up videos. Well, it's not that it's recommended, it's that when you type in Baldur's Gate 3, it just says that. I mean, my initial thoughts were good. The game only got better as you kept playing it. It went from good to better, or greater to, you know, eventually like, oh shit, this game's amazing. You know, that's a good one. That's a good one. I never saw Dribbles the Clown. And the fucking lady died. The chick died. Dribbles the Clown, Resurrection. I was a part of that, and yet he never was brought back to life. Wait, can you even resurrect him? Wait. Lae'zel's evil ending. How does she get an... Wait, oh. Wait, okay, so, sorry. What is the... If I never plan on playing any of the companion characters, can you play a companion character and get their endings that are different from your ending as a player character? Is it only given to you if you play the companion? Or can you obtain the companion ending like that for playing the player character? Does it go both ways? Like, what if Lae'zel stays with Vlaakith? It's only if you play as a companion. Okay, you know what? I'll watch those. Do you want me to watch those? I don't mind watching those because I'm never going to play them. I have no interest in playing companions, ever. I think they have their own stories and I don't want to retell them. I could do that. That's fine. Sure. So, Baldur's Gate 3 companion endings. I don't really like playing other established characters in games. Baldur's Gate 3 all origin evil endings. Oh my god, look at him. What the fuck? This is what you want for Astora?
The city has been saved, from the Illithids at least. Its citizens aren't so sure about you. But what should they fear? With the Absolute's power in your hands, you can rule them not just as a Grand Duke, but a king.
Ew.
A Sun King.
Wait, how the fuck did he become a Sun King? Wasn't he allergic to the sun? And this is so ghoulish. These are so immersion breaking. Well, these are all what ifs, is what they really are. It's like, what if Astora became... Oh, this is when he ascended? Okay. This is what if Astora took the power. And you could say this is... In my mind, every reload I did was always kind of a vision of, like, what could have been if this guy became a villain or whatever. So, I don't think these really break any sort of, like, immersion for me, or... They dilute the character into thinking that, oh, maybe they're more villainous, but it's like, if you let him take that path, this is what it could have been. Nobody would want this. Well, realistically.
And you'll be a fair ruler, benevolent even.
Is that just a random NPC?
Although, of course, where there's light, there's darkness too.
The vampires. Dude, these are some cursed, like, Dark Souls evil endings. Like, this is bad. Yeah, this ain't never gonna be a thing. Yeah. It almost doesn't even look like Astora anymore. Astora's always running his mouth. This is just like some sort of, like, flesh puppet. That's what that reminds me of.
And just because you're a caring, benevolent leader doesn't mean you can't treat yourself every now and then.
I mean, I could never imagine a store like that. There's no way. That is not a store. I could never imagine that.
A good Githyanki knows when the battle is won. But she knows, too, when the battlefield has simply changed. Knows her enemy. But she knows, too, that a weapon should never be cast aside, so long as it still might be used.
I do feel like, though, I could never imagine that for Astora, but if Lae'zel hadn't strayed the path of, like, Vlaakith, implying Vlaakith is going to be in this ending, I feel like she would do this. Lae'zel is a dog. She is a loyal dog, right? Until you win her over somehow and say, oh, this is a lie, this is bullshit, blah, blah, blah. I feel like she would go to the ends of the earth to kind of, like, serve whoever she was under completely. This is probably something to do with Vlaakith. Considering Vlaakith is, like, the evil leader, right? to her liege. I was gonna say, yeah, she's a dog.
That there is no such thing as loyalty to a lie.
Oh, wait.
A good Githyanki fights all her life for the right to return home.
Oh.
And she does not come
It is Vlaakith.
empty-handed.
Ew, the creature. Oh, wait, are they gonna take over the throne? Is that what that is? Oh, maybe not.
Hail Queen Vlaakith.
Oh, wow. Never mind.
Last of her name.
Is that really a bad ending? Well, yeah, well, fuck Vlaakith, though. She's leading a revolution against her. Yeah, I know that, but, I mean, this is... Oh, this is her siding with the Illithid, though, for power to take over Vlaakith in her spot? Okay. I don't think this is a good ending, though. I wouldn't say that's a good ending. What is this? Oh, this is Dark Urge? Okay, skip that. What the fuck is Gale gonna do?
But you are not here to yoke them. You come to set them free.
Holy shit.
The Absolute lies broken at your feet. The first god to fall. But not perhaps the last.
Sorry, what's going on here? He's mind controlling everyone. Yeah.
The heavens are waiting. And you
He goes after Mistra with the Illithid influence. I mean, that's pretty fucked up. Oh my god. Karlach's evil ending? Jesus.
Look at them. Afraid. They've always been afraid of me. You made Gortash your savior. He'd keep you safe, wouldn't he? Safe from people like me. Well, guess what, Baldur's Gate? You can't pick which parts of you to keep. Everything you reject will come back stronger.
Okay, why were there no lizard people in the entire game until Baldur's Gate? I'm like, oh, they've got lizard people. Like, you can play one, but you never see them, like, anywhere.
I'm home!
Are they rare? Okay.
I'm finally home! Oh, you must have missed me so much. But don't worry, I made friends while I was gone. Want to meet them?
Oh, this is kind of, okay, I was gonna say, this is kind of fucked up. Gotcha, yeah. Oh, God.
Oh, much better.
Jesus, okay. It's pretty fucked up. What is really, Shadowheart's gonna be that evil?
Which path calls to you? Darkness or light? Who you were, or what you may yet become? But Shar and Seluna's war need not be yours. Their fracture only weakened them both and pitted their followers against each other. You shall indulge their ancient follies no longer. A new church will rise, united in your image and blessed with the blood of the faithless.
My God. Oh! Bold!
Silver and shadow alike, and the undying love of countless followers. At last, you are whole.
The fact that all of these endings exist is insane, but I don't believe any of them, right? This is like... There's no way on this earth that anyone views these as, like, their canon ending. That is insane. And these are meant to be insane. Like, there is no way that you'd ever say, wow, this is how I really want my companions to end up. Like, this is absurd.
Suddenly they seem so small. Before, you used to worry what lay behind those smiles. Whether they would kneel for you of their own accord, or at the beckoning of your father. But you know better now.
They became a tyrant.
What matters is that they do kneel. Let the why be for lesser men.
Wow, this bitch is his right-hand woman? No way. Really? Oh. So in all of these endings, essentially what happens is you become the absolute. You become the Elder Brain, right? You have control of it, and so in doing so, you have control over all the Illithid, correct? All right. Yeah. Ew. She's British. Somebody get her a toothbrush, eh? They're all British. Average British stretch. Yeah, the Nether Brain is your pet, yeah. British cookout.
For the city, for the coast, for the entire world, there will be something approaching peace. But first...
This is pretty fucked up. I would never do anything than destroy the brain. Exactly. Yeah. You can play as the Emperor. You can play as the Emperor. Really? Oh. It's when he wins.
Now dwarfs his title. He's a god king in way.
This is exactly what I thought he wanted to do the entire time. This is what I thought he was going to do if we helped him, and he had used us to take down the Nether Brain, and then he would kind of... I know he doesn't. I know he doesn't. That's not what he's supposed to be doing, but I thought this is what he was doing. Yeah, this is only if you're evil. I thought he was after this.
Claimant to the stars and all who dwell amongst them. But an emperor needs a right hand. A conqueror needs a general. And who could be better suited than you?
What a cursed game. It's so disturbing. What is Jahara doing here? Oh, brother, this is wrong. All of this feels so wrong. Being a thrall, yeah, but it's wrong. What the hell? Oh my god.
The Githyanki have fled, but they cannot hide. No one can.
Well, she's dead.
Together, none can resist you. After all, you were made for each other.
I don't like any of these endings. I thoroughly don't.
You cast your lot with the Emperor. Turning your back is no longer an option. What shall it be? And you would do so well.
Ooh.
No matter. Another will serve in your stead. As for you... Farewell.
Rip. Ew. That's pretty gruesome. I'm not gonna lie. That is quite a gruesome transformation. That's enough of these. That's enough of these. I don't want to see any more of those. Like the rest of them is just like generic endings. Yeah. I'm gonna say that none of those count. Let's say none of those count. What are some other ones? We'll do one more video and then I'm gonna go, folks, because I have to have dinner. I haven't had food today. My ending was saving everyone and then just buggering off. Dialogue. Well, this would be the last video that we'd watch. What do you think is the greatest piece of content we could watch regarding Baldur's Gate to end on? The number one thing. Baldur's Gate 3 cast reenact voice lines from the game. Dribbles. Well, we've seen the Barbarian one. Animated official shorts. VA's playing D&D. Minthara pregnant. Oh my god. Animated short. Let's watch one of these because there's a bunch of them. And then we'll do a few others as well. I think the what's it called? The VA one would be fun, I think. Dark Urge. Well, I don't want to watch something that I might play in the future. Maybe. I don't really, you know what? I'm not sure. I'll say this. For now, we should end on again, like 1 or 2 more videos, but in the future, I mean, Baldur's Gate's such a massive game. I wouldn't be surprised if we do watch content on it even before we do our second run, preferably non-spoiler related stuff, but ended on the song I Want to Live. Let's watch one of these. Are these official? These are from Larian Studios. Launch Party? What is this?
We finally made it. The time has come to say fare thee well to the land of Ir Axis.
Is it the same voice actors from the game? It probably is, right? Like this is the people who made the game, first of all. It's the same. Okay.
And stride
That's
fearlessly into the new frontier that is La Arch.
Well, no time like the present.
Okay, yeah, it is.
Whoa! You're just gonna stick your hand right in there?
Oh gods, why? What do you think is over there?
Do you have any idea how popular multiverses are right now? It could be anything. Burning hellfires? A world infested with gelatinous cubes?
Where were the cubes in this game? D&D, even in fucking Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, which I played at one point, and all that shit, they had the cubes. Aren't the cubes kind of like one of the most iconic thing ever in this game? I don't think I've ever seen a cube.
Just
one of the most generic.
As far as the eye can see.
Something touched my hand. A bunch has got me. Oh, get it off! Get it off! Get it off! Oh my gods! It's Baulder's Gate! The cobbled streets, the smell of fresh blood in the air. Susan! Love the new hair! Finally, I'm home.
It's us.
And we're so dreamy. Well, I would hope so. We are the versions of you who'll be launching with the game, after all. Look at how darling we used to be. Gale, look! Your old face!
Wait, if you're our launch selves, then what does that make us? And who is that?
And Shadowheart, your original hair. What a fascinating choice.
Wait, did all of these things change? Wait, so was there a beta for Baldur's Gate 3? And everything was like drastically different. So how far could you get in the beta? Was it only Act 1? It was early access for 7 years. It was only Act 1? Holy shit. That's kind of crazy. The full Act 1? Gale looked different. If we had a bit more time, because I do have to eat tonight, I maybe would have looked into that. Maybe we could do it tomorrow. We'll see. Gotcha. That's cool, though.
You're about to recite a sad poem.
Hey!
And the pièce de résistance. So beautiful. And you've barely changed at all. 'Tis hard to improve upon perfection. So true. Well,
so
this has been lovely. Unfortunately, it's only launch content from here on out. Time for you to join the others.
Others? Quail ate tea ass.
Yes,
that's
that's kind of fun.
Changed since we first began. It's been quite an adventure, and I think it's time for an even bigger one.
Maybe I should go back to my old hair.
No.
That's actually pretty fun. I feel like if they actually wanted to create like a Netflix series with these characters and then bring back the voice actors, that actually would sell pretty well. There is no doubt in my mind that if they brought back those guys for like their own standalone adventure with everyone kind of there, like that would be insane. Like that was fun. Like they really do have the ability to play these characters very well. Like they're great. Especially since you've played the games and you kind of understand their dynamic already. You only want more of them. That's fun. Let's do like 2 more. We could do like 2 more videos maybe. What are some other videos, folks? The voice actor ones? That one actually, that's not about it. Motion capture, writers, and voiceover. Sure. That is something I'm interested in. I do usually like the process. Oh, this is cool. Okay, let's do this. 30 minutes? Okay, we should have watched this earlier. I do like the production stuff. It's very fun.
Cities are incredibly hard to make in RPGs because you have to make sure that every...
Let's skip a little bit.
Very much of the real world, and then you can indulge in the completely fantastical.
And then when you walk into the city, the noise of everybody talking to each other, the knowledge that everywhere you look, you can go there and you can do something, the knowledge that you can...
I kind of want to watch this whole video, I'm not going to lie. I kind of want to watch the... I mean, it's 30 minutes. No dinner tonight, then. Well, I have to have dinner. Ivana has to eat as well. I have to take Mochi out. We could skip a little bit. So this is J.K. Simmons as Ketherick.
He had everything. A wonderful wife. A brilliant daughter. They lived not far from here. His wife died too young.
You know what? I actually thought like I said, I wasn't really a fan of this initially. I thought it was fine. Knowing more of his backstory, I think he works perfectly, for sure.
Grief tore through their home like a thief, snatching away the scent of her hair, the rustle of her skirts. But the man did not break. He could not break. His daughter needed him whole, after all. She grew up, grew strong, challenged him, filled his heart with such joy it supplanted all sorrow. When she was killed, the man, he tried to remain whole. But it wasn't possible. Do you understand?
Enver Gortash, swearest thou by Baulderon's blade to defend the citizens of Baldur's Gate from enemies within and without?
You are soon to witness the people of Baldur's Gate granting me complete power over them. A new age is upon us. Gods have mercy on those.
Oh my, Jason Isaacs. This guy was Gortash? Wait.
Who would stand in our way?
Really?
A mad dog understands the yank of the leash
He
from
was
the hand of its
Gortash?
master, but it cannot be an equal. You can be my equal. There's an old wisdom. A brittle alliance
I
can
didn't even
never be
realize that
mended.
was him.
It can only break. I want to lead this city to glory, not scorch its earth.
Friends, allies, to my side. Let us usher in a new dawn. This city is mine.
I'm not ready to call you enemy.
I didn't realize it was him, yeah.
Shall we be allies?
I hear footsteps, trip-trapping on the murder lord's stone.
Orin is...
This bitch... No, sorry, not her. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. I meant Orin. Orin, she is evil. Orin is evil. She did a great job at doing Orin's voice. Like, that was amazing. Right? She was in Resident Evil 8, right? No, 7. It was 8. She played Dimitrescu, right? The big vampire chick. I mean, she killed it in this game. Absolutely insane. Like, she is entirely convincing of that is like the most diabolical witch I've probably ever listened to in any video game. Completely, like,
I would be allied.
evil woman.
Footsteps.
Like, just disturbing. Absolutely disturbing.
Trapping on the murder lord's stone.
Orin is...
Yeah, she killed it, man.
Affectionately unhinged. You don't know when she's going to pop up. You don't know in what form she's going to be. She's incredibly tricksy.
The number one thing I think when it comes to voice actors, outside of direction and writing, is sometimes a care for the character. Right? A lot of people, I suppose, you know, at the end of the day, it's a job, get paid, move on, sure. But if you have that care and want to maybe study your own character and figure out how they work beyond what you've been told, I mean, they usually kill it. A lot of these people sound like they actually care about their characters. She, for one, definitely, I think, does.
You don't know when she's going to pop up. You don't know in what form she's going to be. She's incredibly tricksy and uses
Orin is horrible.
To get what she wants.
Set my flesh to your unholy purpose.
One of the physical aspects that I really wanted to integrate with Orin was her relationship with her blades, her weapons. She has a very intimate relationship with them. They feel real and personified to her. To be considered even in the same realm, much less share scenes with J.K. Simmons and Jason Isaacs, who play General Ketherick Thorm and Gortash, was such an honor, and it was so inspiring and exciting to see their work in this game and experience how our characters come together in the scenes we share to create this unholy, evil triumvirate.
His crypt breath sings to my sinews again.
Orin is
like that's so good. That's very well done.
A very disturbing figure in Baldur's Gate 3. She really takes the players on quite a journey, so I hope that they sit back and enjoy the ride and let me know all of their terrifying thoughts.
Go.
Okay, Matt Mercer, Minsk.
You point, I punch. Villainous face, meet virtuous fist. Why do we stop, my friend? There is evil somewhere with its small pants yet unsoiled.
Matt Mercer's
Go
a freak.
for the eyes, boo!
Matt Mercer's great. I mean, you can really... I think when it comes to certain voice actors, because at the end of the day, it is your voice, and maybe to some degree you may still hear the person under all of it, I can't help but hear Gangplank with an accent in every word he says. And Matt Mercer is amazing as like a DM, as a voice actor. I think he's also an actor. He's been in a few things, like smaller YouTube films, I believe. But like he's great. He really knows his shit.
Boo speaks of much. Perhaps one day you will be ready to listen.
Friends, my name is Matthew Mercer. I'm a voice actor for video games and cartoons, and, well,
he plays
get to
Wolf,
voice
yeah,
Minsk in Baldur's Gate 3. I have been playing the Baldur's Gate games since they came out back in, God, almost 2 decades ago. Oh,
The coolest thing about people who take an interest in the games is that there's a layer of authenticity to them really wanting to pursue and push the believability. Not to say that other people won't do that, but like, if you're a fan, and I mean a really big fan, I feel like you'd probably delve a little bit more into the role of the character. And that's not to say that, like, you know, people who don't play games but do voice acting, I think one of the guys that comes to mind is, what's his name? Something about, like, the Expedition 33 main character. Did anyone hear about that? Where, like, the guy, I think he said, it was something through Twitter I heard at one point. He never played the games. He had no interest in voice acting. He didn't care. But it was cool that everyone liked how good he was. And then from that, the fandom kind of got to him and he said, like, oh, I really love this now. And that's awesome. Henry Cavill as well, kind of, I haven't seen The Witcher. But I'm assuming as, like, a fan of the material, you'd really kind of, like, dial in, you know? And whether or not that's the case for some people, it is cool to see that some are like fans of the source material. Happy birthday. Yeah.
I've played through the first two multiple times for all the different moral pathways you could take. I played them all again multiple times when they came out on the iPad through Beamdog's conversion. I just love Baldur's Gate, and of all of them, Minsk has always been my favorite character. I'd be hard-pressed to not put him in my party until he eventually left because I was taking an evil route and would not stand for this unhappiness, evil way of doing things.
Yeah,
so
see, like, he really likes the role, yeah.
Blown away and honored and grateful that the folks at Larian asked me to pick up the torch and bring this character into the third installment. It means so much to me, and just know that I am coming at this with so much respect and love and a little bit of self-imposed pressure to bring Minsk the justice that we all know he deserves. So thank you so much for all of your support. I can't wait for you guys to play it. I can't wait for you to get him in his group. And
as much as I would have loved to bring Minsk into the group, he's just had such a terrible time.
Oh, we know we are kicking butt, but not just any butt. Butt kicking for goodness.
Things in mutating, rewriting, reshooting, that's an organic process that we all get to do together. That's what early access is all about, is figuring out what has impact with you guys, what has resonance, and how we can surface that more in the way.
He's got a sit-stand desk. I'm 99% sure that's a sit-stand desk.
That we choose to do.
For example, you have someone like Gale who needs to consume magical artifacts in order to survive. He's got this... I don't think I'm supposed to say that. Never mind, that's a spoiler.
Needs to be captured live in the camera, what needs to be present in the data, as well as letting the actors know how we're going to use that data, how we're going to present their performance to the audience. So when you're working with the player's guide from Dungeons & Dragons, you have all of these different races at all these different sizes, action scenes, romance scenes. They all have to work for whatever the player chose as their race. We have to consistently honor their choices. We have to say, it's just like, no, you're a halfling hero. There's no problem that's too big for you. Nope, don't do that. Don't do that. No matter who you are, no matter what story you're telling, romance can be a big part of your journey, and we're here to make that feel real.
See, I wish I could watch all of this, but I genuinely do have to go eat.
Revive characters that have canonical significance to players, and they're characters that people come in with a pre-existing relationship with. You kind of carry the weight of that relationship.
It's a real challenge because you want to honor the past. You also want to make something that feels relevant to our game. We don't want to put Minsk in just to say, hey, Minsk's in our game. It's not ticking a box.
Baldur's Gate 3 is a game honoring a whole generation of Infinity Engine games, several of which ask the player, am I the monster? Am I the bad guy? And there's always this darkness within you that you don't quite know or understand.
I think what's really interesting about how that develops over the course of the game is that you start with much more of a fundamental moral story of, do you do the good thing or the evil thing in the kind of...
Yeah, that's usually it. It's very... I feel like in the... You know what's so interesting is this game almost rubbed me off the same way as, like, Red Dead Redemption 2 did, where I kind of winged it in the beginning, follow the line, like, hey, Dutch says to go do this, all right, sure. Be it you are your own master in this game, you don't really follow anyone in particular, but, like, I wasn't really inclined to be nice to everyone. You land, you're tadpoled, and you had a bunch of people try to kill you, and now they're in your party. And you're a little bit hesitant. So I was a little bit... It was interesting to see that, though, like she's saying, where in the beginning, I wasn't really going to do everything for everyone, and by the end of it all, I felt like I had to help as many people as I could, reasonably. Just because we all ended up in that same shit boat together, which was fun to get out of. So that was cool.
You save the lovely tieflings that you meet, or do you decide not to?
Be it, we did save these people. We did all right by them. I think. But yeah, in the beginning of the game, I wasn't really so 100% on helping everyone I found.
But the thing is that the further you go through the game, the less clear it is the choices between good and evil. And a lot of the times you're faced with, do I actually trust that the good people are good? Do I trust the evil people are evil?
Well, the Emperor, I never trust him. Never.
It's a
Not
city
once.
at risk and under threat, and its populace feel that way.
More than in any other.
Well, this, if I could sit here and watch all this, folks, I probably would. I do like, kind of the behind-the-scenes content of gaming. I like the production of things, because there is a lot that goes on that I think a lot of people will never see or understand or come to appreciate, right? Like, when it comes to mocap alone, I mean, everything you see in-game was motion captured, right? And then I'm sure adjusted and yada, yada, yada. But it's such a scary thing to put all of this work into a game and then imagine it doesn't sell. Imagine it doesn't bomb. Like, it doesn't... Sorry, imagine it does bomb, and it doesn't become, you know, as successful as it needs to be to, you know, have a sequel greenlit, or have the companies stay producing games. Obviously, at the end of the day, you can create whatever it is you want to, put out there in the world. Yeah, believe in what you believe in. Is this enough? Is that enough? But it's always the players who have the final say in things. So, yeah, that's a big... It's a labor of love, and yeah, for sure. And I mean, you know what? Baldur's Gate, this truly... I'll leave it on this, at this note, because we are going to end. I do have to go eat, and then I have to go shower, and then head to bed. And then I have to come back tomorrow. We got to pick out all the games. I have to go download the games. We got League, yada, yada, yada. Baldur's Gate 3 is the best video game we've played in this entire event. And most people, I think, here would... I'm not saying that it's better than Red Dead, but I'm saying it's the best video game. It's not the best experience of a game. It still stands with Red Dead Redemption. It's the best game, as in I'm pressing buttons and it's very fun to play. Endless possibilities. The level of detail is beyond anything we've seen. But I still think it stands shoulder to shoulder with Red Dead in its own way. 2 favorite games in this whole event. 2 favorite games, easily, in this entire journey of like 100 games played. Clipped and shipped. Break the tie with Red Dead 2. Listen, Mochi would eat your jugular and then turn you into a potato. It's true. E33 will be another one. Well, I guess when we get there, we will see, folks. But YouTube, that is it for Baldur's Gate 3. This game is a must-play. There is no reason in my mind that if you are a gamer, if you are a certified video game enjoyer, that you just... You have to play this game. You have to. And I think, in a way, this game will... I don't want to use the word filter, but you need to appreciate this world from almost just like the perspective of somebody living in it. It's so tedious. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly why I said it probably would filter some people out, because some people don't want that level of tediousness. Some people don't want to feel like they're living in an alternate reality. And I think for me, you know, with Togrek Fentdelva, like, I don't want to sit here and pretend I'm Togrek Fentdelver and, you know, smoke a cigar all day, but my stamp of authenticity was becoming that character and having that journey with my companions. And I felt like I lived in Faerun for a whole month. Like, it actually felt like Red Dead Redemption's, Dutch gang, right? Like, oh, you'd get online and you'd be like, oh, it's Charles, and oh, it's Uncle. Get the fuck up and do something, Uncle. Or it's Astora, right? Like, oh, you're really chuckling at this dude? It's not that funny. It really is just a very fun and memorable game, full of great characters, full of fun combat, full of pretty intense moments. I think if I had to replay this game, I would do it very aggressively. No re-rolling, no reloading. Everything is do or die. Now that I've played it, now that I can understand it enough, I think that is like the one thing I would do. I would say, what's so interesting is that I still don't know where this is from, but apparently AAA companies were complaining that Baldur's Gate set unrealistic expectations. This game is just a labor of love, made by people who care. Everywhere you look, there is so many things going on. Not enough microtransactions. No, what an amazing game. That 100%, I don't know what games it was up against for Game of the Year. I would be surprised if any of those Game of the Year games had a chance at beating Baldur's Gate 3. Spider-Man. Okay, Marvel. Back up. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, Marvel. Listen, go pull out your Funko Pops. Go get the flocked Funkos. It's fine. Stay back. No, there's no way. I never played the game. I'm sure Spider-Man's great, but, like, I don't think you're going to beat Baldur's Gate. That is a fucked up, incredible game. Spider-Man 2 Glazers were fuming. Dude, it's just... I think when it comes to appreciating games, if you're someone who doesn't like Baldur's Gate and you say it's too tedious, I think there is still a respect that you have to have for the amount of work and effort put into this game. Because even if it isn't your cup of tea, it still is an incredible achievement to cram that much into one game, to have no DLC, to have 500,000 branching pathways. The level of just nuance that you can have with different builds, subclasses, the interactions between things, it's insane. It's just old League of Legends. But 10 billion times more interesting, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff like that. Erdl, hey, been a while, bro. Thank you, man. Bullshit, do you regret it now? Hey, it's not infinite yet, sir. I hope you're well, man. It's been a while. Well, we're still here. Would you watch Game of the Year speech from Larian Devs? It's 3 minutes long. Sure. I'll watch it right now very quickly, sure. Before we go, we can hear from the people who... If it's 3 minutes, I don't mind. Oh, it is, okay. If it's 3 minutes, we can end on that. I think that's a fair thing to kind of finish with.
I realize you guys have been sitting here for over 3 hours, but I still have some time credits from last year to cash in. So it turns out that not only will I be the one who will know as first which game wins tonight, but I actually also know which game is going to win next year, the year after, and the year after. Now, how do I know this? Well, an oracle told me. She said, change is coming. It's a modern oracle, so they made me sign an NDA, but I trust all of you. I know you can keep a secret. You will never leak it. The oracle told me that the Game of the Year 2025 was going to be made by a studio who found the formula to make it up here on stage. It's stupidly simple, but somehow it keeps on getting lost. Studio made their game because they wanted to make a game that they wanted to play themselves. They created it because it hadn't been created before. They didn't make it to increase market share. They didn't make it to serve as a brand. They didn't have to meet arbitrary sales targets or fear being laid off if they didn't meet those targets. And furthermore, the people in charge forbade them from cramming the game with anything whose only purpose was to increase revenue and didn't serve the game design.
Shit.
They didn't treat their developers like numbers on a spreadsheet. They didn't treat their players as users to exploit. And they didn't make decisions they knew were short-sighted and function of a bonus or politics. They knew that if you put the game and the team first, the revenue will follow. They were driven by idealism and wanted players to have fun. And they realized that if the developers didn't have fun, nobody was going to have any fun. They understood the value of respect, that if they treated their developers and players well, those same developers and players would forgive them when things didn't go as planned. But above all, they cared about their game because they loved games. It's really that simple, said the Oracle. Winning Game of the Year turned out to be a life-changing event for us. It was an amazing thing. To those who will win Game of the Year 2024, you have no idea what's waiting for you. It's an incredible honor, and you're in for a heck of a ride. Now remember, should you be told to wrap it up for tonight, you can always come back next year and chat for 3 minutes, okay? So, now, to pay tribute to the nominees for Game of the Year, once again, Lorna Balfe and the TGA Orchestra.
I mean, that's pretty, yeah. Yeah. Pebble Weibo, thank you, buddy, for the 15. No, that is, that's really what this game oozed. I just felt like I was playing a game made by honest people. There was a few aspects about romancing and shit that I just didn't care for. That doesn't change my opinion overall of everything, but, like, it was made by people who gave a fuck about what they were doing. Right? Who cared about the source material, who wanted to create something that was just good. That was just really good. Labor of love, exactly. A labor of love for sure. And it's so insane that this was the longest game I've ever played in my entire life, and I wasn't bored for 1 second. It was 180 hours long, and not for a split second was I tired of, like, playing. And it's turn-based. Well, I mean, that's a subjective thing, right? You may like turn-based games, but it just had everything. It was just so... It was an adventurous, fun, once-in-a-lifetime trek that you'll never forget. Queue up! I'm gonna go take a shower and eat food, brother, and I'm going to bed. Fendelva! Oh, Mr. Togrek Fendelva! Yeah, hey. He'll be back, don't worry.
And the Game of the Year is... Astrobot!
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, this isn't about Baldur's Gate? Wait, what? Wait, didn't they win last year? Oh, I thought he was talking about Baldur's Gate. I mean, he's not wrong, though. He was spitting facts. Wait, Baldur's Gate won 2023. I thought he was talking about Baldur's Gate. He was presenting the award because he won last year, and he says he has 3 minutes to do so. But, I mean, he was still projecting what had won him Game of the Year, his team. Okay. I get it. I understand. Was he talking about Astrobot? He was still talking about Baldur's Gate. I mean, you know what, man? I never played Astrobot. I have a PlayStation. We could technically play it, but... folks, with that being said, and with the final few words of Togrek Fendelva, Baldur's Gate is officially wrapped up. So I hope you all enjoyed it. It was a journey. It was 1 month. It was longer than a month, actually. It was about a month and I think 5. Oh my God! Oh my God! Anime! Anime Titan. The YouTube audience has no clue what's going on. Anime Titan. What the hell, bro? Listen, I gotta go take a shower. I gotta go squeeze the grease out of my pubes.
Money.
Anime Titan. That is, bro, what the hell? Anime Titan. Holy shit. Hey, look at this guy. You know what? I don't even think you were here for the entire Baldur's Gate playthrough, were you? Dude, Mr. Anime Titan with a 200 gifted subs. I don't even know how many gifted subs came from Valorant in that. Does anyone know? What did Valorant do on top of his generosity? I popped in every now and then. Hey, you're good, man. I know you've been busy, bro. Your support, though, in all of this has been absolutely insane. 40 gifted? Jesus. Bro, that was 240 subs, by the way. Not even 200. Dude, Anime Titan. As always, man. I mean, you... Folks, Anime Titan does not need an introduction. He has been here. Listen, if you owe something to Fent Delva, you also owe it to Mr. Titan for single-handedly funding probably a third of this event. Maybe a fourth. I'd wager probably a third, man. Like, you have been absolutely insane and beyond generous to me, to everyone here, to the people of this stream. Just insane, man, what you've done for me and people. So, dude, 200 gifted subs. Like, you were here earlier in the month. You did, bro. The timer went down to 24 hours. And this guy's like, Thanos snap. 250,000 bits. Okay. That's insane, bro. Hey, man, Anime Titan, I can't thank you enough, man, for what you've done. Of course, you're still going to hear me yap about it, as always, but, hey, I know what you're here for. So before I do end for the night, we're always here for Captain. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Now, you have kept this event and many a thing afloat, dude. Insane generosity, man. Seriously. You guys may think, you know, hey, here's a subscription, have fun, Toby. Or, hey, here's a few bits, have fun. You know, whatever it may be, big or small, your support in my livelihood and my, let's just say, dream, my passion for wanting to play games and wanting to stream is what's able to fuel it. And it's insanely generous, and it's awesome. So you guys are all instrumental for Tobias Fate even being a thing. So thank you, everyone. Especially after all these years. Like, Tobias Fate could have faded a while ago, but now he's some 30-year-old, 800-pound corpse of a platinum player. Jesus, who stinks and needs to shower. So yeah. Thank you, everyone. Anime Titan, before I do call it for tonight, I think everyone's already chanting 4 times, because they're freaks. Sir, shall we do the wheel? Shall we spin the wheel? I said at the end of the month that I would spin Valorant all at once, so I'm not going to spin the 40 gifted from Valorant. We're going to do that at the same time. Do the wheel? You got it, sir. All right, everyone. That's a lot of subs, sir. That's a lot of subs. Mr. Anime Titan for 200 gifted subs, and to end off Baldur's Gate 3's month-long journey with Fent Delver and the gang of mentally ill psychopaths. I may be projecting. Anime Titan? Sir? Good luck. Godspeed. 200 gifted. You never know what it's going to be. It's a 50-50. Fair, solid chance. It could be nothing or it could be everything. Wow. 50% between Manflesh and Bean. 50% is pretty damn good, dude. On 200 gifted, that's awesome, bro. So before I leave, let me tally that up. So you gifted 200 gifted subs. So that is 400 minutes. 50% of 400 is 200. So you are getting 600 minutes, which is 36,000 seconds. Which went from 44 to... That's 10 hours. That's 10 hours. Yeah, that's a full 10 hours. That's kind of insane. Technically, we didn't even have the last 2 days almost. Well, not 2 days, about 1 day. Only 10 hours? What do you mean only 10 hours? I don't see you dropping 200 subs. And I just realized we literally just hit the new sub goal. I'll put a new one up real quick. Hang on. Wow. Anime, thank you, sir. I didn't even realize that, but you know what? There we go. Already locked in. All I can do is keep putting new sub goals, and that's about it. Locked in Batman. Well, I have to do a Bane cosplay as well, so I have to go scrounge up some Bane stuff. Variety. So, oh, Eric Oten. Eric Coten. Yo, Eric Coten with 10 gifted subs as well. Hey, thank you, sir. And Valorant being very generous. Hey, you know what? I'm still on this page. Eric Coten, thank you so much, man. Would you like a spin as well? Actually, before I do a few things. I have to go make food. I have to take a shower. Hey, thank you so much, man. I needed to give you something back for all this time. Hey, you're good, bro. No, you guys don't owe me anything, but if you do want to support me, I can't tell you not to. Thank you, man. And yeah, hey, I'll give you a spin. No worries, dude. Let's do it! Listen, if Anime Titan, the Gith Yankee Jesus of this stream, can get 50% on 200, I believe in you, sir. Let's do it. This is gonna be a big win! Big win! I'm gonna guess 4 times. My brain is telling me 4 times. It was literally right there. Dude, it was actually right at 4 times. Yeah, you know what? Hey, it's okay, man. That's no bonus time, but I can still add your 20 minutes. That's fine. Hey, Eric Houghton, thank you, man. That's 1,200 seconds. Say no! It was close. Thank you, sir. That's worth a bean? No, it's not, because it doesn't say eat a bean. You blind? Are you blind? I ate a bean today, and it was dead fish. And it got stuck in the back of my mouth on one of my molars. And I tried to scrape it off with my tongue, but then it kept permeating my mouth. It's disgusting. All right, everyone. Before I go, look who came crawling over. He's happy. He says, I can buy all the potatoes. Woohoo! Potato. Look at him. Mochi, you want to say goodbye to everyone? Say bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'll see you later. Mochi. Mochi just heard potatoes and smelled the money, and he came running to brainwash me into buying potatoes. All right, are you ready, little buddy? I gotta go shower. That'll be one of us. All right. Hey, Eric Houghton, thank you so much again, man. And Mr. Anime Titan, you're insane. You are insanely generous, sir. Folks, let us pause the timer. I will be rounding up all the Valorant subs at the end of the deal, and we'll roll at the same time for all of them, okay? So here's the game plan moving forward. And with YouTube, I completely forgot YouTube existed. We have 2 days until October, okay? This is what's going to happen. I am going tomorrow. You have only one more chance to link any games you want to play in Steam. I will be picking the games tomorrow for the entirety of October. We have about 5 to 10 games that I said I'd play. And if we get through those, we may start pulling some from the list that have already been locked in outside of this tier. So, Scary Games, month of October. It does start in about 2 days. Tomorrow, the games will be picked. The 30th, all of them will be bought. October 1st, we start. In the middle of October, we're going to have a cooking stream as well, with some ghoulishly disgusting things. I can't say that for certain with what we're eating, but it will be disturbing to watch. I can say that much. All right? So, everyone, it'll only be Scary Games, yeah. YouTube, have a great night. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for watching. And Baldur's Gate gets a solid 9.75. Just an amazing game. That and Red Dead Redemption 2 are the goats of the event, for sure. All right, folks, so YouTube, have a great night, and I will see you all tomorrow. Peace. So YouTube is done. Baldur's